Mr. President, the time is now 9:34 a.m. and you can call the regular meeting to order.
Thank you very much. It is 9:34 a.m., June 24th, 2025, and we're calling this meeting of the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors to order. Today is the second day of 3 days of budget hearings we will be having. It also includes a consent agenda and closed session. Let's start with having the clerk of the board provide information on how the public can participate in this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the public, live interpretation of this entire meeting will be provided in Spanish. To access live interpretation services in Zoom via laptop or computer, please click the interpretation globe icon and then select the Spanish language. If you're using smartphone or tablet, please locate the three-dot menu, select interpretation, and then select the Spanish language. At this time, I would like my colleague, Victor Hernandez, to provide these instructions in Spanish.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Good morning, President Canepa, honorable supervisors, county staff, all members of the public, Victor Hernandez, Spanish interpreters. Muy buenos días, miembros del público. Les queremos dejar saber que se les proporcionará interpretación en vivo de toda esta reunión en español. Para poder acceder al servicio de interpretación en vivo por Zoom, ya sea con una computadora o una portátil, usted tendrá que hacer clic en lo que es un icono de un globo, es decir, un mundo terráqueo que aparecerá al fondo de su pantalla y después seleccionar el idioma en español. Ahora, si ustedes están utilizando un teléfono inteligente o una tableta, usted tendrá que buscar lo que es el menú de 3 puntos, seleccione interpretación, luego seleccione el idioma en español y por último, hacer clic en done o listo. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for those instructions. Mr. Niblin, can you speak to Supervisor Gaucher being here with us remotely?
Thank you. Although we had a special board meeting a few moments ago, or at 8 o'clock, where we took action under AB 2449, as I've analyzed the matter, because this is a separate meeting, we're going to again need to take action under AB 2449 to authorize remote participation.
Great. May I have a motion on AB 2449 for Supervisor Gaucher?
So moved.
And I would just note for the record that the circumstances as were described earlier today, and I believe that they continue to apply today, are that Supervisor Gaucher is suffering from a cold, which she believes could be contagious, and therefore wants to participate remotely for a just cause, and that she understands that she needs to use both audio and video technology when she's participating, and that there is nobody over the age of 18 in the room with her at this time. Is that all true?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, and get better, Supervisor Gaucher. So there's a motion. There's a second. Mr. Clerk.
Sure. Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Thank you. Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller? Yes. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes.
Great. Can we now move on to honoring the life of board member remarks? Before we do that, I think we need to take a roll call that we're here. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, all present. That's correct. Yes.
All are present. Thank you very much. And so that will now lead us to the honoring the life of and board member remarks. Do any supervisors have any comments or things to share for honoring the life of or board member remarks? Great. Thank you so much. We'll all move to public comments. This is the portion of the agenda that is set aside for members of the public to comment on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors, but that are not on the agenda for today's meeting, for matters that are listed on the consent agenda, and for matters that are set for closed session. Public comment today will be limited to 1 minute. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have 3 speakers from Chambers, and then we'll take comments on Zoom. We'll start with Dory Caraway. Daryl Caraway, sorry. Followed by Bill Newell, and then Dana Callan. Caraway? Okay. And as a reminder, you'll have 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity to address you folks. You're basically looking at the proverbial fish out of water. I do not do well in this theater. But let me explain what happened. First off, I come to you with the utmost sincerity and the utmost urgency to keep this brief, which I've been told many times, on July 19th, 2023, your town subcontractor, Specialty Towing and Recovery, towed my RV. I'm not objecting to the tow. They could tow it because I spit on the sidewalk. It doesn't matter. But here, the problem does not rest there. They towed my my home, which is an RV. They towed my classic car along with the trailer. This has been so stressful. I've suffered 4 strokes over this. Okay.
Feel free to continue.
They refuse to return my cars. There is no money due. Well, actually, there is money due. I took them to Superior Court, and Judge Healy has said that they owe me $70,000. That's not what I'm complaining about. What I'm complaining about is the return of my car and my RV, and they refuse to do it. I've gone to the sheriffs who called them out to tow it. The sheriffs steadfastly refused to do anything at all about this. This has been a life-changing experience for me, and I'm just beside myself on this. I'm sure that they have liability insurance, as you do too. When you hire a contractor like this, I'm sure you do have liability to cover them. That's about it. I'm just trying to put this to bed. I'll drop this paperwork off
Great. Thank you so much.
upstairs, and that's about it.
So what we'll do, Mr. Kalicki, can you look into this this matter and have staff meet with this gentleman?
Absolutely, thank you. Appreciate it.
Great. So,
I'm sorry. I have a problem with asphyxia.
oh, sorry about that. Our staff, Mr. Kalicki is our county executive. Why don't you move over to the side over there, and Mr. Kalicki will assist you. Okay? Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Sure. Bill Knoll, please come up, followed by our last speaker from Chambers, Dana Callan.
Bill Newell here speaking for myself today. Talking about deaths in our jail. As you know, we've had 6 people pass away, die in our jail since January of 23. Our last was Kyle Harrison. If you don't know Kyle Harrison, you should know him. He was somebody's son, somebody's family, and we know how he died. We know when he died. We don't know why he died. We know he died from an overdose, but we don't know why that happened or how that happened. This is just another example of where oversight and an inspector general could make a qualitative difference in our sheriff's office. Our jails are understaffed, although I'm told now that they're fully staffed, and they're not equipped to serve as treatment centers. The issue is much bigger than the jail itself. Our county needs to do better. We need secure clinical settings where people in crisis can be diverted. The Behavioral Health Commission recommended 24-hour crisis stabilization centers, and NAMI, National Association of Mental Illness, has also spoken out for safer options in crisis. We need an independent outside review of the deaths in our jail with an eye to preventing any future deaths. This is a system problem. The county needs to look at why we are using our jail as a mental health hospital, health clinic, and drug detox. This is not their job. We need community resources that can offer diversion. Why not adopt what the Behavioral Health Commission recommendation has been for a 24-hour drop-in crisis stabilization center in lieu of a jail when appropriate? And I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newell.
Thank you. Our last speaker from Chambers is Dana Callan.
Hi. I was checking on my Section 8 status, and I couldn't get into the computer. And so I had to go by the housing department. And at that point, I found out that they had lost my application, which I put in like 5 years ago. My I realized at that point that I've been homeless 11 years out of the last 23. In other words, almost 50% of the time. In the middle of that, I owned a fourplex in Arizona, and I was doing great. And then COVID hit. I lost everything. And so now I'm homeless again. I've been homeless for 5 years and nothing's happening. So if I can get any help, that
Great.
would be appreciated.
Mr. Callaghan, if we can look for this gentleman for a voucher or assist him with housing, I think that would be great and helpful. Thank you so much for coming before us. Thank you. It takes a lot of courage. With that, remote participation?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Thank you. As a reminder, today's consent agenda begins at item 8 through and including item 51 at closed session. We have one hand raised for Martin Fox. Martin, please proceed.
Good morning, President Kenneth. My fellow veteran County Attorney, Mr. Nimblin, members of the board, and County Executive, Mr. Callaghan. Thank you for your service to the county. Please make the county safer and healthier for persons living with serious mental illness and their families by supporting the vigorous implementation of the Governor's Care Court Assistance, Recovery, and Empowerment Court program. Make the reintroduction and passage of the repeal of the Lanier and Peaches Short Act a top county state legislative priority. California's residents need a Dorothea Dix compassionate mental health treatment system. The Lanier and Peaches Short Act is one of the 10 worst mental health treatment laws in the 50 states. Parents of adult children living with serious mental illness who are treatment resistant and live in parts of the county outside of Hillsborough or Atherton cannot afford to help their loved ones escape to states like Utah to get the treatment they need safely. Please make defunding the intellectually and morally bankrupt Law Foundation of Silicon Valley and Disability Rights California attorneys a top county federal legislative priority. The reintroduction and passage of the repeal of the Lanier and Peaches Short Act, a top county state legislative priority, and the implementation of the Governor's Care Court program, a top county health priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. One additional hand, and I'll make a final call. Joan Fulp, please unmute and begin.
Good morning. Thank you. I'd like to speak to agenda item Measure K, number 38, the Got Wheels program. I am Joan Fulp, El Granada resident, and thanks for providing this opportunity. It's my first time to join and talk with the supervisors. As a grateful writer of the Got Wheels program, this service has been invaluable to me and many of my Coastside resident friends since we started using it probably in November of 24. At age 73, it gives me the flexibility to safely travel to the airport for some volunteer work that I continue to do, as well as visit family. I have no extended family in this state no longer. And that flexibility wouldn't happen if I needed to depend on my dear friends who are all 75 to 80 for rides. And a large concern I have is still the number of Coastsiders that I speak to over the age of 70 that do not know about this great program. Driving over the hill after dark, highways 31 and 92 can be challenging. So please know that I'm a voice for many on the Coastside, and I ask you today to please not let this vital program disappear or reduce the funding going forward. We need Measure K to keep older adults moving and safe on the Coastside. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. No further speakers, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Thanks to all who shared their comments today. We'll now take action to set the agenda and approve the consent agenda. Can I get a motion to set the agenda and approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Sure.
Mr. President, there are so many measures on consent today that, I recognize we have the budget to take up, but I truly think that a number of them would have been better served being on the regular agenda. And moving forward, I hope we don't do this again.
Okay, duly noted. Thank you, Supervisor Spear. We have a motion. We have a second. Roll call, please.
Sure. Supervisor Spear? Thank you. Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right. Item 1 is an informational presentation by First Five San Mateo County. First Five's Executive Director, Kitty Lopez, will make the presentation. Good morning, Kitty.
Good morning, President Canepa, supervisors, Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Mankia, Mr. Niblin, and Ms. Rodriguez is out. Kitty Lopez, Executive Director of First Five. This is my first time presenting in our new building, our new room.
Welcome.
And so I understand that if I'm not able to work this, that our dear friend Suki will help me.
Yes.
Pleased to be here to share a little bit of what First Five has been up to this past couple of years. As you all know, our mission remains the same, to promote positive outcomes for our young children in the county and their families through our strategic investments, our community leadership, and effective partnerships. And our vision is one I know you all hold dear, that every child has opportunity and success in this county. A little bit about our budget. For 24-25, and you see 25-26, we have the total sources. This is our revenue and our fund balance. I will make a note, it goes down a little bit in 25-26. That seems like quite a large number, but every year the commission approves of a long-term financial plan for 5 years. So by and we're in the middle of approving that this in July. And so that 20 million becomes a very small number by the time we reach 2030, because all of those dollars are intended for community investments in our community for young children and their families. Total requirements, our expenditures, you see as the same. And net county costs, there are no general fund dollars that come to First Five. And total positions, 7.8. Since I started 12 years ago, we've had 8 people. We've remained the same. We had one person retire. That position is still open, but it is not filled at this time. A little bit more about the budget. Whoops, I'm going the wrong way. Excuse me. There we go. Some of the significant budget changes. On the revenue side, we always try to diversify the funding and find other opportunities to leverage dollars so we're not solely reliant on tobacco tax revenue, which continues to decline. This past year, we have 33% of our revenue coming from outside sources. That's a big jump from the 10% over the last 10 years. We are just starting the implementation of our strategic plan under appropriations and expenditures, and the continuation of the baby bonus program implementation. Our priorities are to implement our strategic plan. We're in the middle of a number of procurement processes so that new contracts can be in place July, August, and September. We will continue our efforts to acquire additional funding sources and leverage dollars and continue implementation of the baby bonus program. A little bit about the tobacco revenue. It continues to decline. I say that pretty much every year when I come up before you. It's decreased 12% and 22% in 22-23 and 23-24, respectively, due to the negative impact of the flavor ban. We are always in support of bans on smoking products and prohibition for our young people and our community, and it has a negative impact on our budget. It's projected that from 24 to 30 we'll have a 5% average decline. We continue to draw down in a judicious and thoughtful way from our reserves for our community investments to support our investments and operation as the revenue continues to decline. The state and federal, we do not get any federal dollars. We're still waiting, like all of us, on what the state budget has in store for our county and what could affect our children and families throughout the county. So it's waiting and seeing what will happen. A little bit about our equity performance measures. We have a number of them, but I just listed 3 here. We want to ensure that we are meeting children and families in our high need areas throughout the county. So we are tracking the number of clients across race and ethnicity who receive our funded services. We are also tracking clients served by zip code. Again, so we're meeting geographic high need areas throughout the county. I hope to bring back the results of that. We gather that data from our community-based organizations, and that is due in the next couple of months, so I can always report back on that. And we are continuing to support a trauma and resiliency-informed workforce through our coaching with community-based organizations, institutional partners like the County Office of Education, Human Service Agency, and our own staff team internally. This is part of our report to the state, First Five California, our local investments for 23-24. You see under family functioning, that's the family resiliency bucket, child health, child development. The child development is the early learning focus of our strategic plan. The state refers to it as child development, but that's the early learning bucket, and the improved systems of care. And so you can see it's pretty well divided among all of those categories. Clients served in 23-24, a little over 11,000 children, parents, and family members, and providers under those three categories of child development, child health, and family functioning. As I said, we are in the middle of procurement processes, and the Commission approved of our new strategic plan last December after an eight-month-long planning process and community input process to determine our priorities and investments. And so we have an annual budget of $2.6 million for the next 5 years for that strategic plan 25 to 28. The procurements are really surrounding our main domains that are part of Proposition 10, healthy children, resilient families, quality care and education, and systems change. And that right side framework really outlines how we're doing that, what we're investing in, and what are our desired outcomes. It is our desire that children have healthy and stable attachments. They have access to high-quality care and education. They have access to health care. We want to have our families have connection and support, to have agency and voice. And we want our community of San Mateo County to have partners that invest in our young children and create a safe and healthy community wherever those families live. The left circle is our rubric of how we really look at the child in a holistic way. They are part of a family, they are part of a community, and they are part of the policies that you all support in our county. These are 6 examples of commission-approved investments so far under the category of supporting early childhood mental health services. And you can see those amounts and the agencies: ALAS, Cora, One Life, Family Connections, and Puente. So far. There are others to come in the next couple of months. And of course, our baby bonus program, spearheaded by former Congresswoman Spear before she became supervisor, to provide essential supports for our young families and babies with a cash gift, coordinated care, and hopefully to improve the health and well-being of children and their families, and to provide us information and data in our county about how do we really maximize services to support children and families. At this point in time, we have 36 families enrolled through the randomized control trial. Stanford is conducting that, as well as the children and families that are outside of Packard Hospital. 29 of those families right now are having community health worker support through the health plan. And we have 2 of those community health workers. The intention with the health plan support is to have 10 working with those families to provide that intensive care and services as part of the baby bonus program. And with that, that's a quick snapshot of what First Five is up to, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, excellent presentation. Any questions or comments from board members? Supervisor Spear.
Thank you, Mr. President. Kitty, we have 36 families now in the baby bonus. Are all of them receiving the $300 monthly cash payments? Or
Yes.
So where are we in terms of identifying the 100 that are just going to receive the cash payment and not the additional wraparound services, and the other 100 that are just going to be a control group of families receiving regular services from the health plan?
So that 36, and I did not ask that question of the coordinator, the numbers, because that 36 includes the randomized control trial and the non-randomized control trial, those 100 families that you're talking about. So I don't know the breakdown today before you, but that 36 includes both.
Okay. So to get to that 400 number or 500 number, we've got a long ways to go. So how are we going to speed up this process?
Well, we have to take the families and the babies when they are born, and so we are doing that. I think it's on track according to what our colleagues at Stanford are saying. I don't know a number born per month, but I believe at our last meeting they said that was on track. I mean, we can't speed that up any faster.
But I've been told that most of the decision-making by the families is not coming in the hospital, but once they are registered at the health plan and have the healthcare worker engage with them. How many have actually been?
29 have been engaged with the community health worker.
But how many were actually registered at the hospital? We were first under the impression that most of them would be identified at Lucille Packard and signed up then. It appears that's not happening. Is that true?
Well, we have 29 of those 36 signed up. So there are some that haven't done it yet. It doesn't mean that they won't. And so, again, I don't know the particulars of what's happening with their signing up. My understanding is that the families are happy to do so. It just sometimes takes time to do that for the family, for the mother. And they may not be doing it right away before they leave the hospital. It doesn't mean that the community health worker isn't trying to track them and engage them in the process.
Right.
But it's a voluntary process too.
So when do you anticipate that we'll be at a point where we'll be fully enrolled?
I will know more, Supervisor Spear, I think in the next couple of months, because we're having some specific meetings. We have one tomorrow, and I will specifically ask that question.
All right, thank you.
I'd be happy to provide answers.
Okay, are there any additional questions? Comments? Supervisor Gaucher.
Through the chair. Kitty, thank you so much for the report. This is very helpful. Thank you for all that you do. Can you talk about a little bit about the long-term financial plan, the $13 million investment that is going into the program as well? What is that covering, or where does that money come from?
The $13 million in general for First Five, or?
Yeah, so on page 91 of the report of our budget, it highlights the plan, the long-term
Yes.
financial plan, including 2 investment phases.
Yes, so it's a 5-year plan, the long-term financial plan. The revenue comes from tobacco tax revenue, and we're at between $5 and $4 million now. A big difference than when I first started. There's also additional leverage dollars that we get from the community. The 2 healthcare districts support First Five. Mental Health Services Act dollars, the supervisors approved of that money, those dollars. Those all get combined with the money that we get from tobacco tax revenue.
Okay.
So it's a combination of that.
Right.
And so the first 3 years of our 5-year plan, there'll be contracts for 3 years. That's a phase 1, and then there'll be a phase 2 for the last 2 years of the plan.
Okay. Thank you. And then my final question, with limited resources, how are you prioritizing investments across early childhood, family support, and the health programs?
Well, we did that through our strategic planning process, and it ends up because the statute requires that we try to address all of those areas in a holistic way. The strategic planning process really outlined the investment categories, and each strategic planning process identifies a little bit more in one area than the other, but they end up being pretty well spread across health, education, and family support. It also depends on what areas can we leverage other dollars or other braided funding. For example, in the family support area, there are no other braided funding mechanisms, either from the state or the federal government. So it ends up being a lot of first five money going to those services. Now, with education and with health, we can leverage other dollars, like I mentioned before, Mental Health Services Act money, behavioral health money, state money. It's the family functioning and resiliency portion that relies heavily on our dollars in the county.
Right. Kitty, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Supervisor Gaucher. Supervisor Corzo?
Hi, Kitty. I just want to thank you for all of your work. I remember being on First Five for 2 years, and I loved being able to attend the meetings and know that you and your team have such an equity mindset and such a love for kids that felt very easy to know that, like, all of the little details, like the disaggregated data and just how all of the decision making happens is basically like the gold standard of how we should be investing in kids. And so I appreciate the updates, and it is one of those things where in terms of the funding through the tobacco sales tax, where it's like, oh wow, a decline is actually having a negative impact in terms of funding for First Five, but great positive impacts for public health, right? But it's one of those things where when it was created, likely, there would be a decrease eventually. And so I'm interested to know if you have any idea around conversations at the state level for how other First Five bodies are like addressing that, or what other funding is being considered.
Thank you for those comments, Supervisor Corzo, and it was a pleasure having you on the commission. Yes, I mean, these revenue challenges affect every First Five in the state. I'm still the past president of our state association. We are trying, and it's going to be a very difficult budget year, as you all know, for everybody. I think at the state level and in our association, we are trying to work with our institutional partners like Health, Human Service Agency, at the state level to see how can we be embedded, how can First Five be embedded in existing funding models to support prevention and early intervention. That's our main goal, prevention and early intervention. So how can we be a part of those larger funding streams and be identified as a way to get dollars out to our community for 0 to 5? So we're exploring that. I'm often asked also about cannabis funding. Back in 2016, Proposition 64 was passed by the voters, legalizing marijuana. First Five was actually a part of the committee at the state level to talk about where those dollars might go. The committee landed primarily on youth serving organizations, not the 0 to 5 population. And they identified 6 areas of funding: job placement, mental health treatment, substance use disorders, system navigation, legal services, and linkages to medical care. Those categories are set for 10 years. They are up for renegotiation in 28. So we are having some discussion. Would we be a part of those conversations in 28? So we're exploring that. But all first fives are having this challenge, and we talk frequently about models. It's actually much worse in our rural communities throughout the state. We don't do direct services. We have a wealth of nonprofit organizations that do, and our institutional partners are terrific. So there's no reason for us to duplicate that. But in some small communities, those first fives are doing everything. So we'll have continued discussions, and I'll share with you what I find out.
Thank you. Thank you for that context. I'm proud of the work that you and your team do with First Five, and at the same time, it's disappointing to know that there's still a lack of funding, dedicated funding for our youngest community members and such a critical time. So I'd just be interested to think about how we can address that and what we can do to kind of combine efforts. I'm thinking about Big Lift, and there's a little bit of overlap there. But I am glad to hear that the baby bonus program is moving forward, and I'm not on the commission anymore, but still happy to help in any way that I can. And would really want it to be successful. So thank you for your work on it.
Great. Thank you so much, Kitty. Appreciate your work. Just want to talk a little bit about, obviously, we talked a little about the decline in revenue in tobacco. I think what we're doing, or what you're doing, I should say, around the baby bonus is really impactful. Both Supervisor Corzo and I have worked with guaranteed income for foster youth as well as victims of domestic violence. Can you sort of speak about your work around UBI, potentially guaranteed income, and where you see that moving forward?
Well, the guaranteed income is no longer pilots. I mean, it is becoming a common practice, a common model to use all across the country. And Mai Lee is our project coordinator, borrowed from the health system, who is leading and coordinating the baby bonus program in our county. She is part of a larger community of guaranteed income. In fact, there was just a conference in Detroit, and she attended that. And so there's a learning community already happening. So I'm hopeful that this is going to become something that is commonplace, where people know in high-cost counties such as San Mateo and in other areas, people need more financial resources. It's not unusual. And so I think we can collectively try to figure out how we can make that work for our county and for our residents and children in our areas, respective areas. So I think there's additional just information we can learn from that are part of this guaranteed income movement.
Great. And we always think about cradle to grave, and sort of how as a county, and you spoke pretty eloquently about targeting zip codes. And so I think the county, we've been sort of acutely focused on really looking at census tracts or looking at that data and understanding where to prioritize some of those dollars. And that's really, I think, important. Can you speak to some of the data behind your work? You mentioned the zip codes. What does that look like to you in your work?
Well, we have on staff, it's actually part of the statute, a research and evaluation specialist that works with our funded partners on gathering data that, such as I mentioned, so that we can see if our funds are truly going where we want them to go into high need communities. For the most, I would say 99% of our funds usually go to those areas in our county that we all know need more resources and are under resources. For example, I don't think in Hillsborough or Atherton communities there would be a lot of First Five funds going in those communities because they have more resources than others. So I think for the most part, our 25-year history shows that we're funding in areas of need. And we do procurement processes that are countywide. So that's why in the early childhood mental health, you saw some services on the coast as well as within the county. So when we periodically review that data in commission meetings, and when we have a next review, I will certainly invite the supervisors to attend. I know Commissioner Spear is on our commission, so we can certainly talk about that and even present what our data is showing.
Great. I mean, I think that would be, I think for us as an organization, that would be extraordinarily helpful. We're working, both Supervisor Corzo and I and the board are working with our health department around policies, around health outcomes and longevity. And really, we've looked at data on life expectancy within San Mateo County, and the data is it's extraordinary once you sort of go through the various layers of zip code and outcomes for certain areas. And so I appreciate your work. My final question is around this issue. How are you using artificial intelligence in your work? You have about your organization, about 7 people who work extraordinarily hard. Have you thought about leveraging that technology? I know resources are limited. Have you lent any thought to that?
I haven't yet, but it's something we can certainly explore.
Great.
In what areas of our work it might be applicable and support our work.
Yeah, and I'd be interested to understand, like, from a state perspective, I know you served as president of the board, but to understand where those conversations are taking place.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm asking, sort of our directors, executives like yourself, just to sort of understand if that, how that may enhance your work or not enhance your work. So I'm just curious to understand from executives' perspective on where they're landing. And so appreciate your work with that. Do we have any public comment?
Thank you, Mr. President. No speakers from chambers, so Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Please raise your hand in Zoom to comment for item 1, First Fives Department budget presentation. No hands raised, Mr. President.
All right. Kitty, thank you so much for your dedication to our communities. Really appreciate it. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you all.
All right. That brings us to item 2, Planning and Building Department. Steve Monowitz, Director.
Good morning, President Canepa, Supervisors, Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Mankia, Mr. Niblin, and Ms. Rodriguez. I'm Steve Monowitz. I'm the Director of the Planning and Building Department.
Steve, would you mind, be so kind,
Sure.
if you could just put the mic closer to your mouth?
Absolutely. Is that better?
Clearly, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good.
We've
Thank
had
you.
some audio issues that I know staff is working on fixing, but thank you, okay?
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay, let me jump into it. Okay, so the Planning and Building Department's mission is to serve the county and its communities by preparing, administering, and enforcing land use plans and development regulations that protect public health and safety, preserve agricultural and environmental resources, address housing and transportation needs, and foster healthy and resilient communities. Our department is comprised of 4 divisions that work cooperatively to help us fulfill this mission. The Building Division consists of building permit technicians, plan reviewers, and inspectors. The Planning Division includes current and long-range planners. The Code Compliance Division enforces permit and land use requirements. And the Administration Division has the administrative, fiscal, and IT staff who support the entire department. Okay, so the department has 70 staff members and a total budget of about $20 million. Approximately half of our budget is covered by our revenue sources, which consists primarily of permit application fees and, to a lesser degree, grant funds. So as shown by this slide, there'll be a 3.8 decline in the total revenue sources as compared to fiscal year 24-25. This is due to the completion of one-time projects that will not require further funding. Also on the revenue side, it's worth noting that the new planning and building fee schedules that took effect in January of this year have increased permit revenue and thereby improved our ability to recover costs, which is a positive trend that we expect to continue into future years. So as previously mentioned, the completion of a number of grant-funded projects results in the reduction of intergovernmental fund revenue by about $563,000. These include grant funds we received from the state for the work that went into the housing element, as well as towards the construction of the Pescadero waterline extension. To further fund other one-time projects planned for the upcoming 2 years, the department will be drawing from our reserves, resulting in a net decrease of about $2 million in our fund balance. So the funds allocated by the recommended budget, as supplemented by the department's reserves, will be used to complete the housing element rezonings and implement other aspects of the housing element. Will be streamlining farm labor housing permitting by pursuing an amendment to our local coastal program to reduce permit requirements for such projects. We'll be advancing the Highway 1 corridor transportation project and a number of other important transportation projects we're working on. We'll be completing the safety element update as well as a new environmental justice element, both of which involve collaboration with some of the cities in the county that have partnered with us on these important projects. And although I don't have a bullet for it here, we intend to complete Plan Princeton, which will be an important step towards addressing the impacts of sea level rise on this coastal community. Other department priorities include to continue to improve our systems and workflows to better serve our customers and improve the permitting experience. We're going to update our building regulations to incorporate upcoming code changes, as well as new earthquake and fire hazard maps. These will be important steps towards promoting energy efficiency, reducing emission, adapting to climate change, and becoming more resilient to hazards. Finally, I'm pleased to report that we have almost achieved full staffing levels for our department, with only 3 of our 70 positions currently vacant. So many of these staff members were hired within the last 2 to 3 years, and we're working very hard to build a positive and cohesive team that we will continue to invest in staff training and development. So in terms of challenges, the volume of permit applications received by the department grows every year. Approximately 3,500 applications were received this fiscal year, and most of these require multiple rounds of review and inspections. Keeping up with this increasing volume without adding staff is a challenge that we intend to address by improving our systems and workflows and by piloting the use of AI for plan review, which I'll talk a little bit more about later. Staying on top of new housing and planning laws being adopted by the state and updating our policies and procedures accordingly is another challenge. And I'd like to thank Connie and her legislative team, as well as the county attorney's office, for the assistance they provide in this regard. And while I'm excited to say that we'll be remodeling our office on the second floor of COB1, it comes with the need to temporarily relocate the department to the Hall of Justice. This will enable asbestos remediation of our current space. So moving into and adapting to this temporary space will pose challenges for our staff and customers, but modernizing our current space for the future will be worth it. Okay, challenges or changes, oops, excuse me. All right, there we go. Okay, we're talking about changes at the federal and state level. So Planning and Building Department does not receive any federal funding, but we have received state grants. And to date, the department has not seen any impact to these state grants, though this could certainly change in the future. One thing that I don't anticipate to change is any slowdown in the new state legislation that will require ongoing work on issues related to housing production, energy efficiency, climate change, and hazards. Okay, finally, I'd like to highlight how the department is using tools and technologies to improve our ability to serve our customers. First, the department has embarked on a major upgrade to its permitting system known as Excella that will bring the entire planning permit process from application to issuance entirely online. This is something that we recently achieved for our building permits and will be accompanied by improved workflows that will streamline the review process. We expect this project to be completed by the end of the upcoming fiscal year. Second, the department will be piloting the use of AI to review building plans as authorized by the board earlier this month. The use of AI for plan review is intended to increase the speed and accuracy of these reviews and reduce the department's reliance on contractors who perform this work. The proof of concept for this system will be established within the first 6 months of the project and will be followed by the build out of the system, which we expect will be fully operational within 12 months. Lastly, I'd like to note that in preparation for our temporary move, we've made significant progress towards digitizing the huge volume of paper files and plans contained in our office. And in addition to reducing clutter, this will enable easier access to relevant information and thereby decrease processing times. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to try to answer any questions you may have.
All right, colleagues, are there any questions or comments?
I do.
Okay, Supervisor Mueller.
So first off, Mr. Monowitz, I want to thank you. We work closely with your office, and you guys do great work. I appreciate you're talking about the digitization of records. When I first came to office, people talked about side memos, and I know that you've done a lot of work to go ahead and get all of those for people who don't know what that means, it means an opinion rendered by the planning department that people would have to go ahead and comply with, but they weren't all in one place. And I know you've done a lot of work to try to get everything digitized so it's easy, so there's consistency in finding, and I very much appreciate that. I also want to thank you for the work that you've been doing amongst trying to go ahead and streamline farm worker housing, which is incredibly important for the coast. The one thing I wanted to talk about, because I asked you about, because yesterday spoke with the Department of Public Works about, is Seal Cove. Right. And I wanted to talk with you about where you believe, I think we've talked about potentially a special district there. Mm-hmm. Do you have any experience, or would the planning department have any experience in a geological hazard zone district?
Not necessarily in the way you're envisioning. Like Ms. Stillman, I need to do more research and learn more about it. Seal Cove does have a designated geologic hazard district. We've implemented that in a manner to make sure that developers of properties are informed of those hazards, that those hazards are carefully looked at when we review building permits, and that the approval of new development is accompanied by a requirement for the property owner to inform future owners of those hazards. I think the district you might have in mind would be used for funding improvements and so forth. I don't have experience with that type of a district, but I have worked in jurisdictions where we've collaborated with other districts to transfer development rights out of hazardous areas and into safer areas. And I think this is a concept that could have some merit both in the Seal Cove area as well as in Princeton, where we'll have properties subject to inundation from sea level rise.
So they could actually take their development rights, monetize them, and then be able to move them to a different area?
That's the concept. It's a very complex program that would require a lot of forethought and a lot of buy-in from various agencies, but I think it's a direction that warrants further consideration.
And if we were to look at, the county were to look at putting together a special district that would allow to work with residents to put together a special district that allow them to assess themselves for infrastructure improvements, if the survey that's being conducted suggests that would be helpful, is that something your department would take part in, or is that something that would, yes?
Absolutely. We consider ourselves important partners with the other county agencies working on this issue, so we absolutely intend to be involved and help out in any way we can.
Okay, so I'll be candid. The third district already provides you a lot of work. You're doing the housing study in Pescadero that we're very excited to bring forward, doing the farm worker streamlining. You have Princeton. Do you have capacity for what we're talking about with respect to Steel Cove, given the urgency that's taking place there?
I believe we have the staff capacity. If it requires the expenditure of funds to outside consultants, that's where I think we might need help from the board.
Okay. I know it's premature now to ask for any specific funds because the survey isn't done yet, but I did want to go ahead and raise to my colleagues in advance that there may come, in the revise, we may be looking for funding to go ahead and address what this community needs.
Understood.
Thank you.
Are there any additional comments or questions? Yes, Supervisor Corzo.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I wanted to just take a moment to ask, well, first off, it's good to know that there are plans in the work to have technology assist your department in kind of processing things faster. And it's kind of ironic that the planning and building department has to move because of asbestos removal. But good, because it sounds like that's necessary.
Well, I would say too, we need to modernize our office.
Absolutely.
I think the asbestos is contained, so I'm not worried about the risk to the employees, but the modernization, the construction is what's triggering that.
And so I recently had a conversation with someone by chance about kind of some of the project intake timelines, and so I'm just wondering how it's great to know that technology is going to be used to improve some of those processes, but how is the user experience being kind of centered or included in the improvements?
Well, our priority is customer service, and so the user is, front and center. We have recently experienced delays in our intake system. I mentioned that, we've got a lot of new staff. We experienced significant turnover in the frontline staff who were doing the intake. So there was a period of time where we did develop a bit of backlog. We put a plan in place to tackle that, and, our objective is to make the user experience as smooth and helpful as we can make it.
Absolutely. Thank you. And then how are kind of best practices from other jurisdictions being used as models for the department?
Sure. That's a broad topic that covers a lot of the different pieces of work we do. Our long-range planning team that is always looking to improve our policies and regulations to better serve our communities and better address the issues of the time. Whenever they're moving a project forward, we take a look at what's been demonstrated to be effective practices elsewhere. With regard to our technology upgrades, same thing. We take a look at what the other jurisdictions are doing, and we try and learn from what they've learned. And we did that when we updated our fee schedule as well. So, we often think of best management practices in planning and building as things like erosion control, drainage, construction practices, and absolutely, every time we go to update and evaluate the adequacy of our current regulations, we are constantly seeking to improve in our best practices in those regards.
Awesome, thank you. And then one final question. Do you feel like your department has kind of all of the tools and resources and support to be where you want to be in the next year or two?
We're getting there. I think this digitization project and the improvement of our permitting systems and the refinement of our workflows is really going to go a long way to improving the system. The pieces are all there. They're just difficult to access right now. And by putting it together in a system that's more automated and where we have, more fully established standard operating procedures, I think we'll be able to get to where we need to be.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Supervisor Spear.
Thank you, Mr. President. The 3,500 permit applications each year, what's the average length of time for those permits to go through the process? And have you set some goals to try to achieve relative to shortening them?
Yes, absolutely. Well, it really depends on the type of project, Supervisor Spear. So, for example, water
Homes,
heater
let's-
replacements, you're asking
talk about
specifically
homes.
about new homes. You know, I would say a new home generally takes about 6 months to a year to get fully permitted, depending where you're at. It's more in the coastal zone because we have discretionary permits that need to be approved, like coastal development permits and so forth. In other areas of the county where you don't have discretionary review, this is outside the coastal zone, outside the design review district, we can go straight to the building permit. We can do that in 3 to 4 months currently. I would like to see us to be able to do that in 2 months or less. That would be a building permit for a new home that doesn't require a discretionary planning permit. Once you bring in the discretionary planning permit, we also need to address CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act. Oftentimes homes are exempt from that, but sometimes they're not. Those projects that are going to require both planning approval and building permit approval, I think we can get to that in 6 months.
So with the advent of AI into the servicing, are you creating new goals to try and shorten that process? It should be able to shave a fair amount of time on
Oh,
this.
absolutely, absolutely.
So have you set any new goals as to the permits that are being issued, the time frame in which they'll be issued?
I think once we have our AI project up and running, we should be able to turn around the plan reviews in, less than a 1 week time. Right now, they can take 3 to 4 weeks. I say 1 week, not because it's going to take the AI system that long to complete the review, but because there's going to be a human interfacing to make sure all the decisions are made correctly. And as we move forward and the AI system learns from the corrections we were made previously, it will be able to generate its results more quickly. Now, the AI system will be telling us where we think construction drawings are not compliant with building code requirements. It will not address the need for the fire department to review the plans. It will not address the need for our geotechnical engineer to review plans in hazard areas. And that's why oftentimes the timeframes are very case specific. But we are absolutely looking towards being a leader in our turnaround times on all forms of permits, and we'll be working on that over the course of the next 2 years.
So I would like for you to report back to us once you have AI up and running.
Okay.
Let's say after the first 3 months, and present to us how you have been able to shave the time and therefore the costs of building in San Mateo County, because I think that should be one of our goals in terms of reducing the cost of living here. So I want this to be really robust, and I hope that you can address that for us. And then if there's any tweaks that we need to be making, that you can alert us to that.
Absolutely, I'd be happy to.
All right. We talked some time ago about the fines that are imposed when people don't cooperate or remediate problems. And the fines have been anemic, to say the very least. And they have actually not even been imposed in a timely fashion from time to time. So what are you doing to make fines meet their goals, which is to change behavior and to make sure that they are commensurate with what the injury is associated with not complying with the law?
Yes, thank you for that question. We use fines as leverage to try and get people to come in to comply with permitting requirements when they're out of compliance. Once a property owner has been informed of a violation, we give them a specific time frame to come in to rectify the violation, and if they follow that time frame, we don't levy a fine. It's when they refuse to undertake the follow-up work where the fines kick in. And that's been the way we've traditionally used the fines in our department.
Fines are there to discourage people from being bad actors. If basically you can be a bad actor and then ameliorate the problem, then it's worth your while to try and get by with it, because maybe you'll get by with it and not be fined at all. So I think the system really needs to be reviewed. And my understanding is that it does not grow in size until a significant time has passed. And I think we need to do a complete reevaluation of the fines and how they're imposed and when they're imposed, because it sounds like they basically aren't being used in the manner in which they are intended to be relative to bad actors.
The process for collecting fines is established in the county's code, the administrative penalties code, which specify that we give 14 days before the fines kick in once we inform someone of a violation. So we're following the code in that regard.
Well, but if you're following the code and you say that you don't impose the fine if they ameliorate the problem, is that in the code as well, or is that
Right.
a discretionary thing?
No, I believe that's reflected in the administrative penalties chapter.
Could you then provide me with the amount of fines that have been imposed over the last 3 years by the county in planning?
That will be difficult. I will do my best.
And why is that difficult?
Well, I think that first we need to identify fines, right? That would be for a violation of a permit, right?
Or not permitting at all.
Right, correct. And yeah, we'd just have to go, we have a number of violation cases that we'd have to go through and make that determination, but I think we can do it.
Okay. And when people come in to seek a permit, they make a payment, correct?
Yes, they file online generally today, and there's an initial payment for the permit and then subsequent payments as you proceed through the process.
So they pay online with
Correct.
a credit card? Or?
Correct.
And what happens if they don't have a credit card?
I think we have alternative means of accepting payment. They certainly can come into our office and we can accept payment in the office.
And you do that?
Yes, correct.
And you've been using Square, is that correct?
I don't know the payment system that we are using.
All right. So you would say the vast majority of the permitting fees are paid online?
That would be my guess.
All right.
That's for building permits. I mentioned earlier, we're bringing our planning permitting process online. I think when it comes to the planning permits, there's probably some more personal checks being written in those cases. So it is a mix.
So in planning, what's the distinction? Because people come in to, or I'm not following the difference between building and planning.
Building permit is basically a yes or no question. You comply with the code or you don't. You get your building permit and you need to construct your project consistent with those plans and code requirements. Planning permits are when there's some discretionary decision need to be made because you're in a design review district, because you're in a portion of the coastal zone where you need to get a coastal development permit, because you're proposing a subdivision that's subject to discretionary review, because you've got a grading permit that is, large volumes of earth movement that are going to require environmental review. And projects that trigger that level of discretionary permit also need to go through the California Environmental Quality Act.
I see. Okay.
And those are all prerequisites to moving to the building permit stage, which is where you're doing the engineering details required to build your project to code.
So in planning, most often the individual comes in because there's one discretion or additional reviews that have to take place?
Yes, we offer pre-application appointments for both planning and building permits. We work closely with any applicant that is in need of information on what's required to fulfill the requirements.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, are there any additional questions? Supervisor Gaucher.
Yes, thank you. Steve, thank you for your report and thank you for the distinction between planning and building. That was going to be one of my questions since they're two separate things. I want to just congratulate you on the software upgrades. I believe Acela, is it a Acela planning permit software?
Correct.
That you're looking to bring online by next year. There's a permit wizard. Can you talk a little bit about the permit wizard itself and how it's going to help with the processes also, because it will distinguish between the two. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. We currently are operating on the Acela system. The way in which our customers enter into that system is through Acela Citizens Access, we call it. And the Acela Citizens Access home screen has got limited flexibility in what you can do with it. The Permit Wizard is an interface that we will put in the front of the system that will walk applicants through question by question so that they can fill out the information in the Acela Citizens Access portal in a much more user-friendly fashion. So it essentially takes that portal, which is somewhat of a confusing interface, and presents it in a more logical and easier to answer method.
Thank you. And what will be the role of the AI plan software as well? Is that embedded in the wizard permit? Or?
No, the AI plan review will come much later in the process. We talked about the need to complete the planning permits and the environmental review before you get to the building permit stage. Once you're at the building permit stage, the AI system will review the building permit plans, essentially the engineered construction plans, to make that yes or no call it does or does not comply with building code requirements.
Thank you. And does of the all the software that you're bringing on, does this require additional training for staff as well to operate the new software?
Yes, absolutely. Our project definitely includes training and assistance to staff so that they can learn the system.
And ultimately, at the end of the day, with the new software, does it increase or decrease the need for additional staff?
I don't think it will have an impact on our staffing levels. As I mentioned earlier, the staff will be making the final call in terms of whether or not the AI system got it right. No, the other thing that I mentioned during the hearing on the AI contract is that right now we are using third-party contractors to perform a lot of this work, and we intend to bring that work more in-house. And so that too will require staff involvement.
Thank you. Another question is just on the average person who's coming in to get a building permit or planning permit, is there anything that they can do to help speed up the process? Are they forgetting to bring something in, or what advice would you have for the average person that's looking for a permit?
The permitting process has gotten fairly complicated and complex, not just here in this county, but across the state. And I think that working with qualified professionals who have experience with the permitting process is the best way to ensure efficient processing. I think sometimes we have owners who want to give it a shot and to do it on their own, and then it takes quite a bit more time to develop the necessary materials. So whereas you use someone who is familiar with the process and has been through it before, it's more likely to be processed more quickly.
Thank you. And my final question will be on just permits. How are permits and service fees, the revenue trending across residential, commercial, and ADU applications?
Well, the numbers are up for sure. With regard to the revenue, I think most of our permit types are on the increase. The update to our fee schedule that was approved in January is indicating that we are definitely seeing increases in our permit revenue. Where that's not the case is, of course, is where we waive fees for certain projects. We waive fees for farm labor housing projects and affordable housing projects. But other than that, I would say pretty much across the board, we're expecting an increase in permit revenue.
Thank you so much for your report.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Steve. First of all, I want to just thank you for what you're doing around Excel. I think at the end of the day, the expectation of taxpayers is to make sure that they're able to move through the system. And I think having you on the first floor, I think is critical. What my hope is that as we're able to issue more permits, that we're able to generate revenue. I think in terms of streamlining that process, I think that we will get there. Finally, let me just say this. I think when I look at our planning department, and you've been there for quite a while, it's so different on many levels. You have the coast side, you have unincorporated areas, whether it's the Highlands, whether it's Broadmoor and those sort of areas. I think in your particular department, and I think you've addressed this problem, is this issue around how do we deal with making sure that we're not dependent on a third party. And I think the framework in which you have put together, and I think input through this board and previous boards, is really trying to address an issue. Our housing element, very, very tough to get there, but that seems to be in a great, great place. And so I don't have any questions for you. I would just say, please update us on sort of what you've learned. I agree with Supervisor Spear on this, through AI and its benefits, and even if there are potential challenges, because we need to be aware of those. But I really don't have any questions at this time for you. And so with that, Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Thank you, Mr. President. No speakers from chambers. So Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Public comment in Zoom now open for item 2 for Planning and Buildings presentation. 2 hands raised, and followed by Carlisle Young. And please unmute and begin.
Thank you. There are rumors that there is not enough funding for the implementation of the Highway 1 Moss Beach Corridor road improvement project being studied. These improvements need to be in place before any housing project should even be considered. Much of Moss Beach is either in or surrounded by very high fire danger in the fire hazard maps. Evacuation in a fire event is extremely important. There is no formal evacuation plan at this time. Additional residences in Moss Beach will add to the danger already experienced by homeowners. Not addressing this issue is negligent on the part of the county and will result in significant lawsuits against the county should a catastrophic event occur and the county ignore the warning. More importantly, lives could be lost. If homeowners need to harden their houses to reduce fire risk, the county needs to do their part and keep the current residents safe with a formal evacuation plan, evacuation center, an unimpeded fire department in the neighborhood, and finally, safe roadways. Thank you.
Thank you. Carla, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. I live in Seal Cove. I don't like the idea of an assessment district, but I do know that since 2000, I lived in a very humble little small community, and they started lifting the water moratorium, and then the tunnel came. Jackie and Ray are the only supervisors that I know of that have actually visited our neighborhood. We held a fundraiser for her when she was running for reappointment to the House of Representatives, and she knows what our roads are like. They charge mitigation fees every time they build new construction out here, but I don't know where that money's gone because it's fungible. We don't even have street sweeping. It hasn't been reinvested in our neighborhood. We don't have new roads. We don't have any kind of stormwater mitigation or anything. So before they start assessing us for stuff like that, they should invest it back into the neighborhood for all the new homes that have already been built in the last 20 years, 25 years. But, you know, I'm just one resident that lived here since 1988, and watch new homes being built up around me, but no improvements. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. No further speakers, Mr. President.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Monowitz. Appreciate your work. We'll now move to item 3, which is departmental presentation for public safety communications. This presentation will come from Natasha Claraspino, the director. Ms. Claraspino.
Good morning. Suki, do I just move to the right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Should I wait for our president?
No, please
Okay.
go ahead. I'll be chairing.
Good morning, President Canepa, honorable board members, Mr. Callaghy, Ms. Rodriguez, Mr. Neblin, and Mr. Mankia. I'm Natasha Claraspino, Director of Public Safety Communications, and I'm proud to briefly present our budget overview for the next 2 fiscal years. Here we see our new department mission developed based on the values of dependability, compassion, integrity, respect, and responsibility. These values, mission, and vision were chosen by staff during workshops held throughout 2022 and 2023 and refined in 2024. By aligning with our core values, we will fulfill our mission to serve the community and promote a healthy and supportive work environment. Our team, our public safety partners, and the citizens of San Mateo County rely on this commitment. To tell you a little bit about ourselves, Public Safety Communications is a department made up of 3 divisions: administration, operations, and systems, plus the message switch. Our 911 dispatchers handle emergency calls for law enforcement, for the Sheriff's Office in unincorporated San Mateo County, and the contract cities of Half Moon Bay, San Carlos, and Millbrae, and the towns of Portola Valley and Woodside, and for Samtrans. We also provide law enforcement dispatch for the cities of Daly City and East Palo Alto and the District of Broadmoor. For fire services, our team dispatches for all of the fire agencies in the county, north to San Francisco and south to Santa Clara and Santa Cruz counties. Our team provides dispatch services for all of the ambulances in the San Mateo County, as well as providing emergency medical dispatch, providing protocol-based instructions to callers to assist in medical emergencies. And we're an accredited center in emergency medical dispatch, which is important to highlight. In addition to these client agencies, PSC provides services to probation, the coroner, the courts, animal control, Peninsula Humane Society, Public Works, and more, including mutual aid for law, fire, and medical. As you will note on this slide, the primary drivers for increases to our total requirements and net county costs are salary and benefits, as well as service charges increases. We anticipate no changes to our total position of 81 FTEs. Priorities. Our priorities for the next several years include the upgrade of our system to align with the state's next-gen 911 replacement of the message switch and creating a culture of well-being while navigating changes in technology and the workforce. Our challenges remain to train and retain emergency dispatchers in a field that is chronically short-staffed. We continue to work with human resources and develop innovative ways to recruit, such as our PSC webinars and online information sessions. Finally, we must plan for and locate a site for a new backup dispatch center and look forward to beginning this project. Our department receives reimbursements from the state for training and travel, as well as 911 equipment. If these funds are reduced due to budget cuts at the state level, our ability to train dispatchers and purchase equipment will be impacted. As of this date, we have not heard of any such cuts. Our Deputy Director, Amitra Sidney, serves on state boards and currently as the president of our California 911 Association, and is tracking these alongside with our legislation here in San Mateo County related to our services. I'm proud to share that we have leveraged applications that help with recruitment, such as Critical, workforce well-being, such as Mindbase, specialized customized for 911 dispatchers, and a training and quality assurance solution we hope to roll out later this year. Finally, we will soon launch a strategic planning project for our department through which we will find better ways to work, to market our services to our client agencies and the public, and to ensure that institutional knowledge is retained while necessary change for the future can happen. I went a little too fast there. I would like to say a heartfelt thank you to my team. 911 dispatching and all the support services that surround it is a difficult job at times. Some have called it the toughest job you'll ever love. While I recognize this difficulty, I remain profoundly grateful to all of our public safety communication staff. I'm also grateful to this board for your continued support. Thank you, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Supervisor Gaucher, any questions?
No, I just want to say, Natasha, thank you so much for your report. Was glad to be able to see the work that you're doing, and I'm particularly happy to see that you have put in place processes to retain talent and attract talent to your staff. So great job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Spear, any questions?
Just one. Your total positions are at 81. You're almost at capacity or at capacity. And yet your challenge is in retaining that talent. And I think Supervisor Gaucher just referenced it as well. So what is the typical length of time that an employee works in dispatch before burning out? And how are we addressing that?
So interesting, there's a study that just came out in 2024 it's a national study about dispatch. And ironically, in 2021, when I was promoted into this position, we did an overview of the entire department, like a strategic plan and mainly our focus was all about well-being. And in the study, it'll say that the average burnout rate is 5 years, which is changed since I started. When I started 30 years ago, they said it was anywhere from 8 to 10 years. So what we're doing is we're developing strategies of well-being. We're working on implementing structures and processes to help support the dispatchers from the very beginning of their start of their career, and introducing them to psychiatrists and other ways of help so that they feel safe enough in the moment to ask for that help. And that's the environment that we're really creating and focusing on, is supporting our dispatchers and giving them the tools and resources that they need. The Mindbase app that I talked about briefly is an app that will do just that. It helps identify when a dispatcher might have a moment or a call where it might be a crisis and helps send intervention to them sooner rather than later. We haven't implemented it yet. We've been working in the background. We still need to work out some meetings and things to get that fully developed. But those are the types of things that we're bringing to our team of dispatchers to retain them.
Can you just share a story to us that kind of captures how powerful the dispatch function is?
Wow. Off the top of my head, I can say that working a day in their shoes, you are the last to hear the thank yous. But in the moment, it is a resilient team where I say the love, the passion comes for helping others. That's why I chose to serve here in San Mateo County. I want to give back to my community. And I look at my team and just how they work together in a crisis. It's like nothing you've ever seen, because you're on the phone, you're answering the phone, you're comforting the caller, and in the same moment, you're concerned about saying the right things to the personnel that are responding to the call. So for example, the Half Moon Bay horrible incident that happened. That took everyone in the room to be involved in that incident. The beautiful thing here at San Mateo County is if we were in any other center, you'd have 1 or 2 people in the room. Here we have 10 to 14 at a time, depending on the time of day. So it's a team that's working together. And what I love about that is on a storm day, you have 14 people in the room that are answering the phone and not 1 to 2. And you need that help in those moments to ensure that our calls are being answered. And the state monitors our calls to make sure that we're meeting our call times and processing times, and we're meeting those standards. So to talk about a call, it's bringing fire, medical, law all together, and at the same time remaining calm and reassuring that caller on the other line that help is coming. And on the medical side, I would say is applying those emergency medical dispatch protocols that are science-based that we've had in our system here at the county since the late 90s, or actually mid-90s. And that's really critically important because that's where we as dispatchers get to provide those medical instructions that help save lives.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. First, I was curious to hear more about the backup dispatch location. Can you talk a little bit more about that and the benefits and the obstacles, I guess?
So currently, we have a Station 9, which is right down the street. That has been our backup center since, I believe, 2001. And what we do there is it was convenient that we could walk as dispatchers if something happened to our system over to the fire station and start dispatching again. We've outgrown that. It's outdated, and we've looked in the last 2 years for a location, and it's expensive. What we're talking about is a building that will sustain an earthquake. And those requirements for a building such as that are very difficult to find. We've looked at existing county buildings. I've met with Chief King from probation, and he was gracious enough to offer us space, but unfortunately it doesn't meet the standards for a 911 center. So what we plan to do is go out to RFP and look if we can for a location. That's part of what we're doing here. The other portion is at one point the state was reimbursing for 911 backup centers, and that ended because of Next Gen 911. So the hope of the state is eventually with Next Gen 911, we as 911 centers, if one of us were to go down, we could help someone from a partnering county. So that is the goal of the state. What I would like, what my dream would be if we ever build another fire station centralized in the county, they would have the same requirements of a 911 center. And I think that would be an ideal location if we were able to create it ourselves. If, for example, if there was move forward with Station 17, that would be an ideal place for us to have a backup center.
And where's Station 17?
It is right over where the old, Youth Services Center is.
That's right.
Highlands,
That's
yes.
right. Okay. I should have known that. Thank you. That's really helpful. And my next question is just around whether there are any metrics at the moment that allow us to measure for calls routed to mental health diversion.
There are. I don't have those numbers with me, but I can get them to you. We did have a meeting yesterday, and I don't have my phone with me, so I would look at it. I believe what the data showed as of yesterday was 329 calls, but I will get that to you and your team with the exact number. But I believe it was I thought it was 329.
Thank you. I kind of just meant like if we're tracking that.
Yes.
So it's great that you have numbers, but I'm glad that there are metrics that allow us to track that. And that's it for my questions. Anything further from the rest of the board? No? Yeah, I'll hand it over to Suki. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have one speaker from Chambers, Jim Lawrence, and then we'll take speakers from Zoom.
Good morning. Jim Lawrence. I know you normally recognize me as Fixin', but a little background. I spent 30 years in corporate America, ended up being a chief financial officer. So sitting where you are, looking at budgets, it's difficult. For me, in the corporate world, it was product development. It drove everything. I believe here, public safety should be the highest priority for all elected officials. Public safety. It starts and it really ends there. So I wanted to share that with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Madam Clerk, please proceed.
On Zoom, please click raise hand for item 3, public safety's presentation. No hands raised.
Back to you, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. I believe we will move on to Department of Emergency Management.
Thank you. Thank you, Board.
Good morning, welcome.
Morning, thank you. President Canepa, honor members of the board, County Executive Callaghy, Mr. Mankia, Mr. Niblin, Ms. Rodriguez, thank you for allowing me to provide the budget presentation for the Department of Emergency Management. Director DePodcar is currently out of the office and is unavailable to provide you with this presentation, but I'm excited to talk about some of the work that we've done and the work that we plan to do over the next budget cycle.
Thank you. I just want to ask that you try to speak a little more directly into the mic or a little louder, just so we make sure people on Zoom can hear.
Yeah, better?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'll get a little closer. Sorry about that. So when Director DePodcar took over in October of 2023, we immediately launched a strategic planning mission to create a new mission, a new vision, and new goals for our department. Our mission is to build resiliency by empowering our communities, strengthen our operational capabilities, and coordinating support before, during, and after emergencies. We have a very simple vision that was inspired by County Executive Callaghy, and that is to be the most resilient county in the country. I think too often we take this word resiliency for granted. We don't ever want to define what it actually means. As part of this strategic planning effort, we attempted to do that. And really the main takeaways from that is that it's about being prepared for emergencies, disasters, and then being able to recover from them. And so in doing that, I think it's important to recognize that it really does take three primary groups of people. And so that is the Department of Emergency Management, our other county departments, the county executive's office, and the board, in combination with our response partners. So that being law enforcement, fire department, emergency medical services, public safety communication, and others. And then lastly, it's our connection to the public, and how are we going to develop a partnership with the public so that they understand, they can communicate, and ultimately be best prepared to handle disasters or emergencies. So I want to take a moment to highlight an event that we held in April of this year that was in response to the devastating wildfires that occurred in Los Angeles County in January of this year. During this event, we held fireside chats. We had booths for people to come and learn about resiliency, and ultimately we had a space for children. And I think all of these are critical because they speak to those partnerships that we're trying to develop, whether that was hearing from survivors of wildfire, things that they may have done different, how they may have been more prepared, or whether it was a woman who came up that was super excited about everything that she had learned and realized that she could go home and do some home hardening and be better prepared. Lastly, it was great to see young children there. I think it's important for us to recognize that resiliency is lifelong, and the foundation of that resiliency needs to be created at a young age. So we really are trying to do things differently. We're trying to be different by design. We're trying to have a much more data-driven approach, recognizing that disasters are likely to be more frequent, their impacts to be more great, and their ability to coalesce or happen at the same time. So as that, we're trying to really understand what our hazards are, how we can communicate that information. I want to note that during the recent California Emergency Services Association, that we took 2 of the 5 coastal awards, and those were around the decisions we're making involving data and the work that we're doing with GIS, being able to smoothly get that information across to our partners. We had an opportunity to meet with a South Korean delegation last fall when they heard about some of the work that we're doing around community outreach and engaging the community. We got to meet with 16 of their emergency managers. And that was a great experience for us. We're also learning from our past missteps. In December, there was a tsunami warning. We didn't have the best way to communicate with our public to be able to let them know where the hazards were or how to safely avoid them. And we had a reliance on a state system that we thought we would be able to share during times of emergency. And that crashed because there were a number of counties that were trying to impact that. From there, we quickly went to work to building our own tools, recognizing that we need to have the ability to communicate. I'm thankful that we were able to launch a tsunami warning dashboard that can be shared with the public in March of this year. These are just some of the things that we're working on. I want to talk about some of the performance improvements that we've made over the last few years. We really are continuing to focus on response, whether that be hazmat or the Middlefield fire, or we had a field response to a rehabilitation center in South San Francisco, where these individuals didn't have, they couldn't be in a normal sheltering situation. They needed advanced help. So we responded to the field and worked and coordinated with local officials to make sure that they could have what they needed and be supported through that time of disaster. So we continue to do field response. We've made notable efforts to have better community preparedness events, better community outreach. We've gone from one annual event and one event per quarter, maybe 2 events per quarter, to having 1 to 2 events a month, continuing to do our annual Disaster Preparedness Day, and the ability to throw in things like the Be Wildfire Ready event in response to our public wanting to learn more. And lastly, I want to note that we are making a vested interest in having much, much more exercises. We have a 275% increase there. But not just simply doing more of the same, trying to engage new people into this. What we have started to do is incorporate community-based organizations into this, which allows us to build that pathway and that trusted platform so that we can better engage in our community. We held 2 exercises there so far. One was on earthquakes, the second being on winter storms. We went from 30 participants in that first exercise to over 100 in the second. The Bay Area UWASI that supported that exercise was so impressed by the work that we did that they actually offered to have us do a third exercise. And so in August of this year, we'll be holding an exercise on tsunamis on the coast and continuing to work past that pathway of just having CBOs, but now also including the tourism industry and private businesses, things that may be involved during emergent times and being able to assist us. We've seen a tremendous increase in the number of subscribers to SMC Alert. I want to note this because the nature of the way people has signed up has changed. We've seen a 90% increase. Traditionally, we would see signups around emergencies or disasters, bad things would happen, people would want to get information, they would sign up. What we're seeing now, which has been really strong in 2025, is that the number of signups are correlated to these outreach events that we're doing. And in the days following, we're seeing a dramatic number of increase in new signups. I want to point out in February of this year, we had 1,199 new signups that were not connected to any disaster and really were to this outreach work that we were doing. So we're very proud of that and want to continue to do that. I'll take a moment to look at our proposed FY 2025 through 2027 budget. I will note that we get funds through net county costs, but we also get funds through the Emergency Service Council, which is a joint powers agreement between the county and the 20 cities. That is an equal 50% share between the two. You'll see that we have a 27% increase in net county costs. Most of this is increased due to facilities, service charge, and salary and benefits increase. We're holding strong at the number of positions at 18 and currently have 3 vacancies, and we're working to fill 2 of those. We'll talk about some of our upcoming priorities, the challenges that we're facing, and some of the uncertainty that we have. Really, we want to focus on continuing to build that community partnership, increase community resiliency, and have all of us be better prepared to survive, to plan for, and to respond to disasters. Some of the challenges that we face is that we have a small department. We have 18 staff. We have a large mission. They're up to the task, but really we have to, every one of our coordinators supports about 44,000 people if you break down the population of the county. We're also going a vested effort to update a lot of our plans that were out of date. Currently, we are working on an all hazards evacuation planning framework. We're updating our emergency operation plan, and we're about to kick off a renewal of the multi-jurisdictional local hazard mitigation plan. Obviously, everything that is occurring at the federal level provides a lot of uncertainty to us. It's been made clear to us that at the federal level, they do not expect FEMA to be the same moving forward. We're not really sure what that impact will have, but we are tracking it closely. I think one thing I want to mention around this is that FEMA is not just there in response or recovery, but that FEMA does provide training to us. It provides grants. We get about 5 to 10% of our budgets supported through grants that ultimately come through FEMA. We want to take this as an opportunity to problem solve if those get removed and to find new opportunities to accomplish the same work that we're doing, and be ready and try to be prepared. Moving forward, we're going to continue investing in our community through increased community outreach, through increased training, through increased exercise, and to continue to lay that foundation with the youth that resilience and preparedness really are lifelong. Thank you. I will now take any questions you may have.
Thank you for the presentation. Do we have any questions from the board?
I just have a comment, really. Thank you, Ryan. You are a small but mighty operation, and it was really a privilege to work with you on wildfire safe and ready. I'm really impressed by the increase in community engagement, and I would hold you up to all of our other departments because there are so many good programs and services that the county provides, if only we didn't keep it a secret. So you're a great example. I think you're one of the most important departments in the county, and you will continue to have our support and commitment.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you. Supervisor Gaucher, do you have any comments or questions?
Yeah, I just want to say, Ryan, thank you for all the work that you do. I agree. I was looking at the increased participation, and I've had the opportunity to participate in some of the community events. There are some papers and documents that the group provides, such as how to prepare, how to put cans aside, or how to prepare for the next disaster by month or by day, and how to rotate the supply, your emergency supplies as you're planning, that I think everybody should have as well. So looking forward to getting that out and as well. One of my questions to you is, at your current staffing levels, is it adequate to manage both emergency response and long-range hazard mitigation plan?
I think right now it is, yes. I would say that, field response is often done by our coordinators. If you're talking about a larger, more large-scale regional disaster, that's when we would operate the Emergency Operations Center, which would not only incorporate the Department of Emergency Management, but support from the County Executive Office and all other departments that really would have an impact. So while there's only 18 of us, I think it's important to recognize during emergencies, we really do require assistance from a lot of other departments, which they have been great to offer to us.
Thank you so much. That was going to be my other question, just on the collaboration between the departments, but I know that it is in place and it works for all of us.
Thank you. Supervisor Mueller?
Yeah, Ryan. So I want to thank you. We've worked with your office pretty extensively from day one, and from the CRISP to flood response to tsunami warning. The question that I have for you is, within the current federal administration, the devastation that's happened to FEMA is pretty significant. And there are so many folks who have either left FEMA or are on the verge of being fired at FEMA. Grant funding coming through a DHS through FEMA has been canceled, as you know, because we had planned to access it, correct? Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. It seems as though the federal government's plan is to push off emergency management duties both to the state and to the local counties. Would you agree with that?
I would say that's accurate, yes.
What is our plan then to scale up as a result of that? Because you always had this federal backstop behind you in time of emergency, and it's been radically impacted now.
So I think I would say, if you're specifically speaking about recovery, That work is done at the county level, and then we actually have to fight for reimbursement for it. So I'm confident that we would still continue to do the work that we would do with the support of the county executive's office. We would continue to do the work that we would do, and the state acting as a partner with us. Because I think it's important to recognize it's not like they come in with an open checkbook. We as the county are doing the work, and then we are forced often for a long period of time to fight to get these funds back. And so it really is a challenge for us. It looks like.
And I look to Robert because what I'm concerned about is, number one, they're canceling. And number two, they're canceling, may cancel FEMA. But number two, from what I'm hearing coming out of DC is they're also using this as a political tool now, that you either comply with executive orders or you may not get reimbursement in these circumstances. So I'm wondering, do we need to have a contingency? Because it's great that we're going to put it out there. We always have done so, expecting that there'd be a check to follow, but there may not be a check to follow. And so I look to you, Robert.
So actually, we're seeing that today, considering in the COVID experience or during that time of COVID, the county put up all of the initial funding for COVID and have only been reimbursed at about 50% of our total costs at this point in time. For the storms, there was 2 of them that had actually happened. And for the first one, we are finally beginning to see a tad bit of reimbursement, but are having to fight for every little dollar that's out there and are seeing that we're probably only going to get maybe, if we're lucky, 30% of the total, because they are denying claims, and we're working with the attorney's office to make sure that those claims, and we're fighting all of them at this point in time. On the second one, we haven't seen any of the reimbursement yet, and we are just in the process of finishing to file those claims. And we file claims immediately. We take action immediately with the federal government on FEMA. We do not wait or hesitate. The moment we have a claim to turn in, we turn it in, even if it's only for a couple of $100,000. We've done this since we started with COVID, where we actually had conversations with them coming in. So even the fires, where we were not the lead agency, and the fire that we had, we finally saw reimbursement for some of the fire, and we only received 50% of the reimbursement over the last year. And before that, we were covering all the costs. So we've put out, as a county, and this is what we use our contingency and reserves for, is to cover these types or mitigate for these types of instances, so that we are not using ongoing revenue to cover costs associated with these.
All right. I think we need to take up a study session item on this at some point, and I think we need to bring in our state legislators, because we need to figure how to, and we can bring, I'm looking at you, Supervisor Spear, because I know you want to say the last, and I'm going to pass to you in 1 second. Are we effectively using UWASI grants right now? Because the one thing that seems like may still exist are UWASI grants through the Department of Homeland Security. Is your department, you think at this point, effectively having access to those in order to go ahead and do your resilience work?
So we have applied in 24 and 25, and we've received those grants. They're right around 200,000. So I think for now we are getting those, and we are being efficient at that. I don't know what will happen in the future and how those will continue to move forward.
Okay, and then last question. Do you think it would benefit, because the landscape changing right now is happening so rapidly at the federal level in terms of grant funding that may or may not be available? Is there the need, you think, to bring in external expertise to help, just an external consultant to come and be on retainer to help you all figure out which grants you apply for are actually going to be there?
I think that's something that we can take up with the county executive's office. I think the thing that I would say to that is it's changing so fast, I'm not sure that a consultant would even know, and I don't know that hiring a consultant would give us any better results of that, but I think it's something that we can certainly look into with the county executive's office.
I think the red states know. So I'm going to pass it to Supervisor Spear.
Actually, Mr. Mankia, you looked like you wanted to speak up.
I just wanted to say that much of the UWASI grant funding actually goes through the Sheriff's Department. It does not go through our Department of Emergency Management.
I think we took that up earlier this year and are looking to address that issue.
So the one area that I am not pessimistic about on the federal level, believe it or not, is FEMA. Because in the end, the one thing we are guaranteed is more disasters. And they happen in red states as well as blue states. And over time, I believe that the president will have no choice but to retain FEMA. Having said that, for past expenditures that we have made that FEMA is required to pay, I think we need to address it on two levels. Each of our members of Congress should be alerted to this by letter and phone call about the fact that we are being reimbursed at a suboptimal level. And then secondly, Mr. Niblin, we should sue.
Supervisor, there's absolutely, it's absolutely the case that we're pursuing administrative remedies, and once we've exhausted those, we'll certainly be prepared to take next steps.
I think I agree with you. I share a little more concern about what may be happening at the federal level with respect to FEMA. I think they do intend to push more down to the states, even if it's just through individual funding, and say you're on your own through this administration.
So what they may do, what they may do though, is just change the name, because that's what the president is really good at. He just has to put his imprimatur on it. So it may be changed. They may put it under Homeland Security. I mean, there'll be a dance, no doubt.
Okay. Thank you for those comments. I have a couple questions, and let me find them. But one of them is, do you feel, so I want to name that disaster preparedness is one of our, not just Measure K, but one of our board priorities. And it is intriguing to me that, when you look at the larger budget, it's pretty small, a pretty small portion of that. So just wanted to name that. But I'm just curious about where we are with LADRIS and rolling that out. I believe we all have received presentations on it, and they've been very, I would say, exciting and informative. But I haven't seen that trickle down to cities just yet, or police departments. And I believe there's a plan for that, but I would love to learn more about the plan and the timeline.
Yeah, so that's part of the all hazards evacuation planning framework, which we have drafted the base plan, which we will then work with the individual jurisdictions to come up with their own annex planning. As a result of that, they were provided access to LADRIS. I think it was 2 weeks ago now, they had an educational session, and they've been doing trainings with the individual cities and jurisdictions. So that rollout is happening as we speak.
Oh, amazing. Thank you. And then I also wanted to thank you, Shruti, the whole team, for being so amazing at not just doing the community outreach, but being responsive to what the needs are in the community around that. We planned a Know Your Rights meeting in District 2, and it occurred to me that it'd be great to have a quick training there, and it was really well received. And I think it speaks to the numbers you're seeing, and that literally creating those lines of communication is disaster preparedness, right? Being able to get timely information to our community quickly in a way that really gets on their radar is, I think, can be ultimately life-saving. We do have Disaster Preparedness Day coming up again, right? August
2nd. August
2nd. And one of my personal goals is to, I'm just saying it publicly so you can hold me accountable, okay? I would love to see every single disaster prep training, the smaller trainings that happen there, at capacity. So my team and I are gonna work with you on that. And I also just want to thank the effort of your team to uplift language access in not just the webinars, but the community outreach. And I think y'all are doing a great example of making it available in many, many languages. And now we just have to make sure that we are meeting people where they are and fully connecting that work. So that's it for me. Thank you. Appreciate the work of you and your team. And yeah, I really liked one of those pictures I was in too. Good memories.
Thank you, Supervisor.
I'm going to hand it back to President Canepa now.
Great. Just thank you very much. Just appreciate your time. And with that, we have public comment.
Thank you, Mr. President. No speakers from chambers. So, Madam Clerk, please proceed.
We'll do public comment for item 4, which we have 2 hands at this time. Carlisle Young, followed by Ann. Carlisle, please proceed.
Hello. Thank you for your presentation. Unfortunately, I live on the coast side, and I was not able to attend your San Mateo County Event Center presentation. So maybe you can plan one for the coast side. But in the meantime, I think the North Mid-Coast really needs a wildfire evacuation live drill, because there's no plan. But here on the North Coast, we don't even have traffic signals. You did hold a live event for evacuation event for El Granada, but there's 12,000 people on the Mid-Coast above, the city of Half Moon Bay. And we have no traffic signals, and all the way between the harbor and Pacifica. So I imagine we really need to more than just an AI plan to get out of here and off the coast and in through the traffic signals in Pacifica, where, there's tourists and traffic on weekends and everything. So hopefully you guys can plan for something, a live event like that, to help us get out of here. Because that's going to be like another tsunami nightmare for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlisle. Ann, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. Well, I agree with what Carlisle just said. And I also wanted to request the establishment of either a website or phone number to sign up the most vulnerable residents who are homebound senior citizens to evacuate them in an emergency. And this is throughout the entire county, not just the coast. You can set up volunteer groups in each community that could help evacuate their neighbors who may not otherwise have assistance. And I think just knowing who to help would also be helpful as you're getting your family out, to make sure that you're not leaving anybody else behind who may need this service. And so I'm sure that there are some legal things that need to be set up, but I really do feel that you can get volunteers. I personally would sign up to do this, to help neighbors, just to make sure that no one is left behind, because there are many homebound senior citizens. Some have dementia, others have physical ailments, but whatever the case may be, they're very vulnerable and they need our help. So I just want to put that out there as an idea. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ann. No further speakers.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your report, okay? Item 5, Mr. Keene, John Keene. Or should I say Chief Keene?
Good morning, Honorable Supervisors, Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Mankia, Mr. Niblin. I recognize that I'm standing between you and lunch, so I'm going to be sensitive to the time. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present today the budget for the Probation Department. The mission of the San Mateo County Probation Department is to enhance community safety, reduce crime, assist victims of crime through offender accountability and rehabilitation. The reason why our mission statement is so important to me is that it really allows us to represent 2 really important factors for me. First is that it really aligns something that I think is important for all employees in our county. It is mission alignment. It's mission and vision alignment, not only for our departments, but for the mission and vision of our county. It's important for our employees to be able to align themselves to the mission and vision of San Mateo County so they can better align themselves with the mission and vision of our departments. When we can see ourselves in our mission and vision, we understand why we make a difference in the work that we do. So our mission and vision aligns ourselves with the mission and vision of San Mateo. So we see ourselves helping the overall commitment to our community. Secondly, when we talk about offender accountability, one of the things that we're really striving for in our department is this idea of offender accountability through a term that I like to really express, which is offender accountability from the perspective of compassionate accountability. We recognize that people make mistakes. We recognize that people do things that probably may represent their least kind of favorite moment in their lives. And we think that people have the ability to change. If we don't believe that people have the ability to change, we're in the wrong business. So we have to approach this from the potential that people have that idea and that compassion that we can work with them, serve them, and help them turn their lives around. So this idea of compassionate accountability is our future state that we want to be. So our mission really wraps ourselves around that point. Looks like my clicker doesn't want to work for me. Okay. Our budget overview, if you notice that there are reduction changes in all of the significant areas. Really, this is highlighted primarily through the reduction in our positions at 22. It also reduces our net county costs by over 5%. Significant budget changes. We've reduced our overall net county costs by $2.6 million. That is represented in the 22 vacant positions we've eliminated. We're using our own reserves to work on renovations for our own offices. I'm very proud of the fact that we have not come to this board or come to Mr. Mankia to ask for any assistance to make changes in our department. We really believe in being proper stewards of public funds, and so we put our money where our mouth is, and we save our funds, and we hold ourselves accountable to that. Next, we've eliminated the one-time Cal Lane PATH 3 grant funds. It really represents something that I believe in, which is assisting our fellow departments. We believe in collaboration. We knew that the Cal Lane grant didn't really work well for probation, so what we did is we actually worked with correctional health and used that money to assist in the electronic health plan that they were working on. So we actually moved that money over to them to help fund something we believe in and that was working in their department. Collaboration is a tremendous part of what we do, and we understand that that actually helps make the entire county better. Our priorities for the coming years are, one, our probation mobile services. We believe that if we can get out into the community, we can actually improve our services. We know that we have a significant homeless population that are on probation, and so we're working to determine what areas in our community we can serve and set up places to assist them where they are. We know that oftentimes revocations and stints in jail come from our population just not being able to come into the office. So we want to come to them. We also are working on work efficiencies and workload evaluations, the use of AI, and you guys have heard me talk about this, and I know it's probably to my detriment at this point, but I'll just say it again. We're using AI to kind of look at what work efficiencies we can enhance to really work towards improving our space so we can understand what are our main priorities. Should there be a need for us to reduce staff or reduce our focus and really focus on our county or state mandates, we know where we can put our limited resources towards. We know we want to expand diversion and programs in adult services, understanding that if diversion programs can work better, it can help reduce our caseloads on the back end, if we can divert more people on the adult side. Some of the challenges, as you know, we have some hard-to-fill positions in our group's supervisor and deputy probation officer positions. I want to give a huge shout-out to our HR department. Rocio and her team have been doing an excellent job in supporting us. We've done some really innovative things to help support our recruitment. Maybe you've seen some of our billboards. We've been on LinkedIn, various digital services that we're working on, and it's paid tremendous fruit. Over the last 2 months, we've hired approximately 20 people. We have another 10 or 15 people in the hopper that we're working through, so we feel really positive about the things we're moving towards. So we're going to continue to work and move in those efforts. Additional challenges are some of the unfunded mandates, Prop 36. We know that you all have heard some of those challenges that come with that. Probation may not be as apparent in those cuts, But the reality is that some of those Prop 36 cases, they pop into probation in other areas, primarily through pretrial. They find their way into the pretrial services space, which, then is on probation. So those are not accounted for, and they were never accounted for in the original legislation, and they're certainly not accounted for in whatever comes moving forward. And then any additional cuts, which is interesting on the back end, the courts are having cuts in pretrial services, which directly impact probation. So then that winds up being net county costs, where I have to actually use county funds to pay for these services on the back end. Sorry. I put this puzzle piece in because I think oftentimes it's difficult for folks to really understand how much probation is involved in the county. I think oftentimes people think that, we're just either managing a couple of people on caseloads or we're writing reports and that's it. But really, we are engaged in a variety of different services with multiple departments throughout the county. And I like this image because it really shows how many different parts of not only the criminal justice and juvenile justice system we are part of, but also many of the social indicators that we also have a hand in as well. And as part of that, our performance measures, I believe, demonstrate some of our positive outcomes. This past year, 54% of our adult probationers have successfully completed probation. 88% of our juvenile participants have successfully completed probation. So we believe that those are indicators that this kind of multi-purpose, this kind of holistic approach to handling probation has, bear positive fruit. Some of our efficiencies moving forward, as I mentioned before, is the mobile probation services to get out there in the community. The Cognizant Artificial Intelligence Grant project is going to allow us to not only look at how we can improve the work directly, but as I know Supervisor Mueller talked about, it's going to also allow us to look at our various positions to see, are there other positions available that we can pivot to see if we can enhance the overall department as a whole, to see are there other types of positions we can bring in to improve the way we do our work. Bless you. The way we can do our work. Since the dissolving of our ability to collect through revenue services, we've had to develop our own way to collect payments inside of our probation department. We've never done that before. So now we've actually brought in payment services, doing online payments, things of that nature. Not something that we did before. All that was handled through the courts. And so we're very proud of the fact that we're doing that internally now. So just some of the efficiencies we're going to be working at moving forward. And at this point, I will take any questions you have for me.
All right, excellent report. Are there any questions? Okay. Supervisor Gaucher, I can't see you, but I don't know if you have any questions.
Don, thank you for the report. It makes a difference in the work that you are doing is helping to reintegrate individuals back into the community. So again, thank you for the work that you and your team are doing to fill that gap. I just have one question on workforce. What workforce development efforts are being made to support trauma-informed and culturally responsive supervisions?
Great question, Supervisor. So on the juvenile side, we actually have a program where we're working directly with workforce development programs at the state level, where we have a program inside the juvenile hall where we're figuring out how we can actually create programs or jobs directly for youth where they can actually not only gain work experience, but gain the ability to make a paycheck while they're in juvenile hall, actually have a bank account where they can have funds waiting for them once they're released. That workforce development grant also helps to serve young people on the outside as well to provide direct linkage in that space. On the adult side, we work really closely with Service Connect and work with our other adult partners to help connect people with jobs in that space. And so that actually is done in a culturally receptive way by making sure we have people that are culturally sensitive, provide services in languages that are preferred by our clients, and are able to obviously meet their needs in that fashion.
Thank you. And then finally, you may have already addressed this, but just the question on SB 823, which impacts the closure of the youth facilities. How are we engaging and preparing for the closure of youth facilities in the county?
Well, as you know, Supervisor, we didn't get much We didn't have much say in that. It's actually done. So we have those youth back in our facility now. The interesting side note is that when we created our plan here in San Mateo County, we estimated that we would maybe have about 6 of these youth over the next 3-year period. As of today, we actually have 8 already. And so we're actually exceeding the numbers that we anticipated having. The types of sophistication and types of crimes and the impact is greater than we could have potentially seen. So I think that as a county, we are seeing a unfortunate negative impact in that arena. Also on the non-secure track youth, H-23 youth are considered secure track youth. And the non-secure track youth, we're seeing significant increases in what we would call 707B cases, which are felony level cases for juveniles. So the closure of the state facility, which myself and my colleagues at the state level were adamantly against and still remain against, has a negative impact on the counties because the state, as it's done in many instances of recent, has pushed their responsibility on us and are making us responsible financially and otherwise for something that should be their responsibility.
Thank you so much for the update.
Thank you.
I just wanted to thank you for your work, Chief King.
Thank you, sir.
With respect to the Prop 36 issue and the potential need for greater funding, if you could please keep us apprised of that so we know if we need to go ahead and make adjustments in the revise. And then, again, just a comment, not a question. Thank you for embracing looking for those new positions in AI. I'm very hopeful that you being able to implement that will provide greater wraparound services around those.
Thank you, sir.
Being served. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to commend you for leaning into technology to create efficiency and improve services. And I specifically loved the mobile service, the Probe to Go mobile service. That's, I think, pretty unique. And I also think that the performance measures that were shared are pretty strong and I would say like reflect a progressive approach to probation and youth services. And great job at exceeding your 4% reserve levels and honestly being willing to say, we have well above reserves and helping to meet other needs in other departments. I don't think everyone would do that as easily as, not as easily, that's the wrong word, but as graciously. So thank you for doing that. And I do believe that, there continue to be concerns around the quality of the food in the juvenile hall, but I want to name that food is currently provided through the sheriff's office and continues to be a concern that you don't have much control over. So I just wanted to name that and recognize that it's come up a lot, at least in the JJCC meetings that we've been a part of for almost 2.5 years now. So thank you.
Thanks, Supervisor.
Supervisor Spear? Okay. John, really just want to thank you. I really want to learn from you in terms of the county may be experiencing tough budget times, but over a period of years, what you've been able to do, and thank you for bringing the budget slide up, is this year you've talked about the elimination of, how many positions are there?
22.
22. Over the last 4 or 5 years, John, do you know what that total number is in terms of positions?
I can get that information to you, Supervisor, but I would say for context, when I started here in 2013, we were at about 435.
And where are we now again?
We're at 327.
That is, to me, that is remarkable, and it hasn't impacted us whatsoever in terms of how we deliver services, correct?
I don't believe so. I mean, I think at the end of the day, we have to look at efficiencies and how we do the work. I know that there are times when the lack of having staff can certainly impact the speed at which the work can be done. And I know that certainly listening to my staff and my employees, they feel that it would be helpful to have more employees in certain positions. And so I want to hear that, and I don't want to downplay that. Because when we talk about employee wellness, part of that is making sure that we hear when they say that they feel impacted by the lack of employees. But on the same side, though, I think a risk-based supervision perspective, an evidence-based supervision perspective, as well as using data as a kind of focal point, allows us to feel confident in the work within which we've been doing. So I feel confident in what we've done.
I just have a couple more questions. And how can we learn from you? How have you talked to other departments? Because, I've reviewed some of the budgets over the last 5 or 6 years. They've grown exponentially, and obviously salaries and wages. Have you shared sort of your learnings in terms of how you've gotten there? Because the number of positions that you have now as opposed to before, it's substantial. Have you had those conversations with different departments?
Not directly, Supervisor. I think, I've had the benefit of having really good personal relationships with my peers. And so in more one-offs, I've had kind of conversations. And I think it's been a combination of some legislative changes with the amount of people that we've served and managed have helped as well. But I think also, too, I've had some great working relationships with Mr. Callaghy and Mr. Mankia, who've also been really supportive in terms of listening to some of my kind of crazy ideas about making some changes along the way. And I think without their support, it wouldn't have worked, to be honest with you. But I think that the focus, though, quite frankly, has been one where we really have tried to lean into data. And I think the one thing I would probably say is the use of data along the way has really helped. And I know and I know for folks, data doesn't help the emotional feeling at times when a person will tell you, I feel differently. My perspective is that I feel this way. But I think when you have something that you can lean back on, it allows for you to at least have a place to start the conversation.
Yeah, and Mr.
President
Callaghy,
Campbell, if I could just illuminate this a little bit more for you, because it's a really good question. Chief Keene has returned $15 million in general fund money over the last 4 years, which has in turn helped us fund other departments and pay for raises over that period of time. So it was significant, and this was ongoing funding that was returned. So I just wanted to recognize Chief Keene for that and appreciate him.
Mike, as we move forward, if there are departments where we can identify sort of the things that Chief Keene has implemented or best practices, I think it's worthy of having a discussion about how he's got there, because you said $15 million. That's a substantial number. And so if we're able to really look through the various departments and working in concert with John in the CEO's office, maybe we can identify more efficiencies and best practices. So, Mr. Keene, finally, thank you for your leadership in AI. I think you and the planning department really have sort of gotten out ahead of this in a good way, And I think when I think of your leadership in the county, I think of efficiency, I think of innovation, and I think of the ability to get things done. And so just want to thank you for your service, amongst many other things that you do. And so with that, we will go to public comment.
Thank you, Mr. President. No speakers from chambers. So, Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Public comment in Zoom now for item 5, Probation's Department presentation. No hands raised, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chief Keene.
And I'd just like to say one last thing. I would be remiss if I didn't talk a little bit about just our fiscal team in probation. They are amazing, and I'm attached to the hip with them, so if they leave, I leave. So I just want to note that. So they are amazing.
You want to give them a personal shout out?
Yes, definitely Hong Lu. I want to just say she is amazing. I know that Mr. Mankia knows her well. She is incredible. Noelle Varaga is here today with me. She is an amazing part of her team as well. They are two of the most important people amongst many of our incredible executive team, that without them and their leadership and their I think their mindset about making us to be consistent the entire way through, we wouldn't be able to do the things that we do. So thank you so much for the acknowledgement, but it is truly a team effort, and we would not be able to do this without the men and women in our department. So thank you all very much for this, the incredible support today.
Thank you, Chief.
Have a great day.
You have a wonderful day. That brings us to item 6, District Attorney's Office, Steve Wagstaff. Mr. Wagstaff.
They always say have a pregnant pause as you come in before a jury. Good morning, President Canepa, honorable members of the board, Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Mankia, Mr. Niblin, and Ms. Rodriguez. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I am honored to do so. I am honored to be able to speak on behalf of the San Mateo County District Attorney's Office and what we have accomplished. We do that, as Chief Keene just said, we do that with the support of the people who make it happen. It's not Chief Keene and it's not me. They're the people who make it happen. But we also do it with our partners, and Chief Keene is one of my partners. Everybody is there. All the people in criminal justice, we're all there to make this happen on that line. And where are we pointing this? Oh, it worked. There's my first success in AI. The mission of the District Attorney's Office has not changed. We remain the same, as was noted, to hold people accountable for those times they violate the law, and to help them when they need help, and when they don't need help and they need to be locked up, we then seek to have them locked up. But we go far beyond that. I call the primary mission that we do beyond that is victims. That is what matters to us every single day, and every change that I can make in the area of assisting victims, that's a change that I seek your assistance in being able to do on that line. And it is, but again, the mission stays unchanged. My suspicion would be if somebody really thought about it in 1856, when Mr. Fox, not Jim Fox, but the first Mr. Fox district attorney was the DA, he would have done the same one. The same mission would follow. Our budget is as boring as a budget can be, and that's kind of what we like. Again, we have, you can see our net county cost versus our overall budget. It's about 50-50. We rely on federal funding very little. That is something that came from the more recent Mr. Fox, who never believed that one should count on federal funding because you don't know. It can be a pogo stick. But otherwise, we have 156 positions in that. Of that 156 positions, 67 of those, including myself, are attorneys, prosecutors. Of that 67 prosecutors, I used to be able to be very proud to tell Justice O'Connor, the late Justice O'Connor, is of that number, the first woman, one of the first women prosecutors in the office. I used to be proud to tell her that of that 67, 42 are women. So that means 2/3 of the prosecutors in the office are. We're proud that the office has evolved, and I assure you they are as strong tigers and fighting in the courtroom as anybody, anytime I've seen over my career on that line. In terms of the budget overview for any of our changes, that took just one line. No, there's no significant changes in that line. We're hoping it stays that way as the year goes on, but I look over to my friends in the county executive's office and you to see if that will occur. We'll be prepared in any circumstance for that. To the more important things, our priorities. I list on the left by itself because it is our new project, and that's, as you know, the Family Justice Center that we're hoping to create, that working with your board, working with Mr. Callaghy and his office, we hope to create something that people will be coming to visit all the time, as here's how you do it. And I know we're working well with all of you to accomplish that end. We're excited about it. We've got our director, Peggy Sherborne, is on board, working every day and doing some great things in that arena. She actually gets me excited. I didn't know that I could at this old age get excited about a project like that. As Mr. Callaghy knows, I said, why would I want to take on a big project like this at this stage? But he is a persuasive force in trying to get me to do things. And so here we are. And as I told him, well, if we do take it on, you can count on one thing. It will be done right, and it'll be done with something that all of you will be proud of. Human trafficking is also a focus for us, working with all of you, particularly with Supervisor Spears, Supervisor Mueller, to get Measure K money, to work with, to be able to have to regenerate that which existed a decade ago in our county. We are doing that. We have somebody who's on our budget, but we'll be working out of Redwood City Police Department to deal with sex trafficking, because we know that next year, in 2026, it's going to be the year we have to give all of our attention to it, with the Super Bowl and 6 different World Cup soccer games being played just down the road from us. And so we will accomplish that end. I don't want to leave alone, though, labor trafficking. That is something that we've been concerned about. We know the coast side, we've known it's been an issue, but it's over on this side of the hill too. And to that extent, we went out and obtained a grant out of Sacramento, and I now have a full-time prosecutor, and I have 2 inspectors whose job is to go out on labor trafficking along with workers' compensation violations, because those 2 things go hand in hand. And they've already made several cases that we are prosecuting in court, and it's there. It's a little bit like sex trafficking. We just have to uncover it. And I'm very proud of the effort that's been made there. I know that Sacramento came down and did a look just 2 weeks ago at what we were asking for this coming year, and they gave us what we needed to continue the effort to attack labor trafficking as well as sex trafficking. Our challenges, recruitment, everybody has challenges with recruitment. I'm proud to be able, if I can anticipate a question I heard some yesterday, is I am pleased that our recruitment level right now is overall in the office, we have a 6% vacancy. Among the attorneys, we have a 3% vacancy, and we just extended an offer, so that's down to 1.5. We have 2 lawyer vacancies and 7 overall vacancies out of 156 positions. It's not because they like working for me. It's because you can take to the bank that one of the things we do when we are out bringing in people to interview is we show them this building and our offices, and it matters. It's a matters. A building's it's not bonuses. It's a building with big windows and high ceilings and things like that. But we don't get the applicants numbers that we did in years gone by. That's just a fact of life. Cost of living and a million other reasons for that. But again, we still find qualified people so that I have a highly qualified group of men and women serving. The federal grant doing now, again, we're not heavily involved in federal grants, as we've let your county executive know. Approximately just under $1 million is all we have out of our total 56 that comes from that arena. And so, well, of course we want it. We're hopeful that that doesn't get touched, but we will watch. Prop 36 implementation, that's an issue, obviously, for everybody in terms of funding. I know I have been involved in the discussion in Sacramento with Senator Umberg's office and others to try and get funding to support this item that passed in 57 out of 57 counties. I'm sorry, 58 out of 58 counties in the state of California. That was the will of the people. We're trying to do it. But we look after our partners. When I heard Chief Keene talk about what his needs were in trying to do it, we agree at the DA's Association. Last Friday, I was asked to speak with the Governor Newsom's criminal justice liaison to law enforcement, and I did last Friday, to tell him what we as a CDAA are asking for in terms of funding. And what I told him was, of course we can need it. But what I was asking for is, please fund probation. Please get money for probation. If we're going to succeed here, if we're going to do something to change lives, it's, number one, it's going to be on us to get them into court and get them to where they have the motivation to do it. But more importantly, it's what happens after that. And so I certainly, with my colleague, Chief Keene, I certainly hope we can do that. It's created a lot. So far, we're just over 6 months that law went into effect. We have filed 591 cases. that fit under those two categories that were previously, 7 months ago, were misdemeanors, dealt with summarily. So it's a workload on the court. And the court did get some money, pretty statewide, not too big, but get some money in the bill that's going through. But it is, and there was none for prosecutors, and I understand we will make it work, or I'll come begging the county executive. And but the bottom line is probation's where we'll make it happen. And with that number of cases, those are felonies that take time and all that. We'll make it work because I have a spectacular group of men and women making it happen on that line. Let's talk about our performance and our improvements. You know, one of the things I do want to mention, these are some of the things we're going to, and I know you're going to find it interesting as I briefly describe it here at the end of the morning. And that is, but I want to talk about a couple of the projects that working with your board and with Mr. Callaghy and the team asked us to pick up, and we are doing. We started a couple of years ago the Gun Violence Prevention Program. And you hear it's working. Let me tell you why I know it's working. In that meantime, in this, just this fiscal year, 24 to 25, we received 1,300 cases of court orders for gun violence, turning in guns and all that. We received 1,300 to check out. We did so. We found 360 of them, or 16 of them, one of the two, cases that called for us to do an investigation. And we're doing this with our agencies. We have a detective from Redwood City Police Department. We have a detective from San Mateo Police Department working with our local agencies. In that case of 317 cases where we followed up, we found almost just a bit under 200 guns that had not been turned in, that should have been turned in. We had people who were turning in guns in part, but not others. It included handguns, it included rifles, and it included shotguns that people were doing. We've done multiple search warrants. We did 2 search warrants last week, working with the police to go get those guns back. So it's a good program that, again, you asked us to do, and we picked up and are doing it. I want to mention, I don't want to leave without mentioning another one that you have provided to us for years now, and that's elder abuse prosecutions. You know, again, you hear that, yeah, it's a good idea, and it's a great idea, and it's a team I've got that's doing spectacular. I've got 2 prosecutors, I've got multiple victim advocates are doing it, and I want to highlight one thing, because again, there's nothing that I do that makes the difference. All I am is the cheerleader for these men and women. But what I do is there's 2, and I'd like them to stand up if they would. Would you 2 stand up? This is Sammy DeVury, Deputy District Attorney, Leanne Brown West, Victim Advocate. They worked on the case that you may have seen in the paper, but it highlights what they do day in and day out. This was a case on a guy named Crow, who in Belmont held a woman prisoner for 2 years. And he held her longer than that up in Oregon. It was a friend of her mother's, of his mother. His mother died. She came down, offered help to him. He returned it by holding her hostage, torturing her, sexually assaulting her for 2 years at a Belmont. It was, if you've heard about the Stockholm Syndrome, this was it. For 2 years did that. At one point, she slipped, fell, and broke her ankle, wouldn't let her get medical attention. It was horrible. And we prosecuted this case. The trial lasted well over a month. Mr. DeVury prosecuted in court every day, fighting against that. The victim advocate was there. Leanne was there with that victim. I had the chance to meet that 74-year-old victim, and what a wonderful person whose life had this happen to us. And because of what these 2 women did, and another victim advocate who helped, Sonia Anaya, we convicted in the case, multiple counts of assault, including torture. Judge Holt sentenced this person to 394 years to life in prison here at the beginning of the month we're in. Richly deserved. It's the hard work they're doing. Think of that. They have families, children, and that meant every day, 7 days a week for well over a month, they do it. And that's my shout out to them. I'm so proud of them, and the men and women in my office are like that. They don't do this job for any reason other than passion in what they do. So thank you very much. You can sit down. What was the answer to that, Sammy? How did she come forward? How did we learn of the case?
A friend of hers that she had been communicating.
Would you mind coming up to the...
Say it? Or I'll relay it. What was a friend of hers? Oh, wait.
Hers that she had been communicating with, she had
she was able to send a text to a friend or a Twitter to a friend who then notified law enforcement up here that she was being held hostage and all that. And that's what brought 2 years of this to an end and all that. And he went to trial, denied it, said it was testified, said it was a dramatic trial. And I highlight that because that's what they're doing every day of the week. Let's talk a little bit about AI, but not long because it's late. We've been using AI for 6 months in one arena so far. And that arena is in race-blind charging. And that's where AI is going to help my office. Because what AI will do will provide an answer such that I don't need to run to you and the county executive to say, because of this latest Sacramento law, I have to have X more people. There was a law that went into effect January 1st of this year that said that in every case with a lot of exceptions. So for us, it's about 2/3 of the cases that we get out of the 20,000 cases. The initial review by the prosecutor charging it has to be race blind. It has to be a washed document, meaning there can't be names, there can't be anything that would identify who the person is. And you have to make that decision. And then you make your decision, and then you go back and you look at it again with it filled in, with everything filled in. And if there is a difference, you have to note it. And at the end of each year, the Department of Justice with the Attorney General will expect a report on for those cases where there was a difference. That would have been a mammoth task for my support staff to have to, with every report, to have to basically redact it, to take out names, ages, addresses. You have to get addresses out of there because of where people might live, things like that. Instead, there is a program that was developed by the same group, prosecuted by Carpel, that does the washing of police reports electronically, and then electronically puts it back in. So what it has added to us in terms of a burden, according to my team, almost nothing. And that's AI that's doing this, and that's an example of where it helps us so we can devote our resources where we want them to go, not in terms of having people white out names and addresses in a police report. And that's been going since January. There are a lot of counties. All 3 of the counties around us are not doing it because they don't have a computer system to do it. They don't have anything. By the way, I didn't mention the part that's a favorite to me, I hope to you, and that is cost us nothing. Harvard Law School is doing it to making it available with some benefactors, free to prosecutors who will do it so they can do their studies and find out what exactly that's the case. So that's it. We're also looking at AI in other arenas going forward. For instance, we are just signed a contract with LexisNexis. That is the legal research tool that all of my prosecutors use. And that will allow them to be able to get directly to a point. You don't have to go the slow, old-fashioned way. And beyond that, despite the fact I have at least 4 times had this explained to me, I really couldn't define it for you any better than that. I will be as I say, the monkey in the spaceship going up that can push the buttons and all that, the way the space program started on that line. But I do have a lot of people who are far more eloquent in dealing with this than I am. And we're looking the same thing and going forward with we're investigating now with Axon, the ability to take things, an enormous amount of time is spent now on transcripts, on getting transcripts and going through them to find key points in lengthy transcripts. Same thing with body cam footage and all that. They're developed, hopefully we'll have this within a couple of years, where you can simply go and it'll tell you, I need to know any mention of Marshall Street, anything like that in there, and it will key you right to it. And that is, again, where AI cause it to be that we can devote our resources to where we want to be able to do so on that line. This is one I'm so excited about, and this one goes into effect in September. I'm told we should have this up by the end of September. This is a PBK, it's a victim platform. It is where we can, for our victims, connect them through a portal to find out what's the status on the case. It's immediately it updates automatically based on the entries that are made in our case management system on that line. So a victim or a witness can go and find out when's the next court date, or is my case still set, so I can try and do some planning in my life when you don't have to ask the boss for time off work or whatever it may be. It's communication as to what occurred. We will know if they've gotten it, so that we'll know that our Victim advocates will still reach out personally. There will be numbers that they can reach, and it gives them forms to apply for aid. It also gives them, if they want to do a victim impact statement, they can download it right into this system. And the part I really like, it's 24/7. They can do it Saturday afternoon on an off day. It's not an 8 to 5 where you're stuck in your work hours. We'll have that one and hopefully be able to tell you what success it is. We are, again, because money's always in my hands, and that is for the first year, it's free. And after that, it's $33,000. I said, we can afford it. We don't have to hold a car wash to do that. And that is it. I just want to finish by letting you know how proud I am of the men and women of this office. They're wonderful. But you've also given back. You know, my prosecutors are among the highest paid in the United States. I'm grateful that you do that to help us deal with the area we have to live. You've given us this beautiful building to be in, and we try to do it. The workload is heavy. There's no question they have a heavy workload, but they didn't get into this business to look for the easy way out. They look to do it that way, and I'm grateful to having a number 2 like Shin-Mi Chang and the rest of the team who are the ones who really carry the load. And with that in mind, with my gratitude to you for giving us the support to be able to do the job that we do and hopefully not provide you with any issues or any problems. Our goal is that from year in and year out, I can say to you, no issues. And you know, I'm thinking back to when I first started attending these type of board presentations, and it was for Mr. Sorensen around 1980 and all that. And there was the coroner at that time. I don't know if you remember, Paul Jensen was the coroner at the time. And he would come in and he would always say, this is my 33rd straight budget presentation to the board. And I thought, oh my God, you're old. And I realized I've become Paul Jensen and all that. So, but I appreciate it because I work with a wonderful group of people. Thank you. And I'm open to any questions, of course.
Are there any questions?
Thank you for the presentation. Very thorough, and I appreciate you bringing folks from your team and also sharing a real life recent case to kind of bring your work to life. And you actually made me smile at an inappropriate time because you said that she sent a Twitter to her friend, but it's tweets.
You're right.
It's tweet.
You're right. I will have that down.
I just want to tease you for that. Also myself, because I should not have smiled at that time. It's a very serious topic. Anyways, I do have some questions, and I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit more about the work on language access in terms of subpoenas. I think you rolled out subpoenas in two new languages so far. I'm wondering how that's been going.
It's been going very well, as it's described to me. It's been very helpful, enough that one of the projects I would like to do, I can't list all of them, what I would like to do is expand that even further. Because, we really do have such a multiplicity of languages in the county. We'd like to continue to do that. So, but at least initially, I'm told it's worked smoothly and appreciated. Law enforcement has reacted to it positively when they're serving those subpoenas. And so positively, I would say.
Awesome, thank you. And I believe Tagalog is to come soon.
I hope so.
Yes. So, it makes sense that there would be an increase of people actually, showing up when they're subpoenaed, and that's the intended outcome. So, kudos to you and your team for doing that work and uplifting language access. And then I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the new wage theft unit and how that is going.
It's going very well. And Kyle Cakebread is my prosecutor who was assigned to it when he initially was assigned to it out of just doing general crime. I think he wondered, is this a message? And the answer was it was, because we, in management, we cared about it. We wanted to do it. We've seen what's gone on the coast. We've seen multiple cases. And the two investigators in it are just very excited for what they're finding. And it is included dual cases. It's the ones that get the attention. The people who, the farm owners who are not paying the workers and that. But we've also got a couple from Hillsborough who were basically not paying the nanny they brought over from China. And we are presently prosecuting both of them for felonies, for failure to do that, and holding her prisoner, actually, in so many ways. And that's part of that, and we're looking for more. They're doing a lot of community outreach, and I've told them to get the word out. That's where people will come forward, is when they know of it, type of a thing. So that's community outreach is a big part of what we're asking them to do. So I'm proud of where it started for something that just got really going in October. I'm proud of where it's headed.
Absolutely, thank you. And my next question is around the DA's office, your office, taking on the responsibility of human trafficking work that was previously in another department. I was wondering how that's going, and if maybe there's a way we can all further support that work.
Well, I appreciate the support that has come thus far from all of you. Since it started on Monday, I would say so far, the person doing it showed up to work. So we'll call that step one, positive.
Great.
But it is something we're going to monitor. But on the other side of it, in advance of him starting at Redwood City PD, what I have talked on 2 occasions. The police chiefs meet monthly. I attend those meetings. I'm a member of their association. And for the last 2 months, I've talked to them about it. I've talked to them about what we're doing. I've talked to them about the interest in the board in accomplishing this and generating an interest that goes way beyond 2026, that we want this to sustain itself and that we're not going to let it fall apart. We're not going to let it do that, and we need them. And the response I got from all of them, every one of them actually, there was a dissenting was, it's a good idea to do it. It's a good idea to do it. It's completely different. There's only one chief left who would have been there back in 2016, and the chief Macias from up in Brisbane. And other than that, it's a whole new group, and they're enthused to go. I think would be I'd afraid. I think with the knowing that all of you, myself, and others want this, I think they recognize this is a good thing to do.
Thank you. And then I will wrap up my comments and say that I'm really grateful to you and your team for being willing to partner on the Family Justice Center, and for the diligence that has been taken in terms of finding the right person, going to visit all of the different centers in the state. It's been amazing, and honestly, when we're finally ready to open it, it will be one of the highlights of my life. So thank you for partnering with us on it. And I think there's a lot of support here for making it the kind of place our community deserves to have, and for being a place of safety for all survivors. So really excited to see that through.
Well, thank you also, because again, your interest in it has been paramount, and these things don't happen alone. They happen with everybody putting in their hands to help. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to Shinmi and Peggy. I'm excited that they are working on this as well.
Supervisor Mueller.
District Attorney Wagstaff, I just want to commend you on whenever you come to these budget meetings, and I think this is the 3rd time I've seen you now, you never really ask for much more. And we've actually increased your mandate, and I recognize we've increased it. We've increasingly every year add to it. And when you were talking about Prop 36, and you were talking about the wage theft, and you're talking about human trafficking, and the Family Justice Center, those are all significant. And you've been wonderful at going out to get state grants to support a lot of this work. So my only comment to you would be, if by chance, in consideration of the workload requirements that you mentioned, you wanted to come back and talk to us about increased funding, I think this board would be open to that.
Thank you. Thank you. I know we're all doing
I
the
don't
same
know. I don't know about that. I'm just kidding.
Well, what we'll see is, let's see how the autumn unfolds.
Yeah.
I think everybody seated on the dais is thinking that. Let's see what happens this autumn. But thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Spear. and then Gaucher.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Wagstaff, you continue to show that you're a premier district attorney, not just in the state of California, but throughout the country, and it's just a pleasure to work with you. In terms of the human trafficking program, I know we're starting with one that is, from a enforcement standpoint, it seems like we also will need another person that can provide services to the victims as we had previously, so we should talk further about that. Back in the 2014s and 16s, we did a lot of training for hotel clerks, for flight attendants and ticket counter takers and others in the community, and I'm wondering how that's going to happen moving forward, because we need to do that again, particularly because of the major events coming up, but just in general as well.
I think that is an area that the person who led the charge, and was with South San Francisco Police Department then. William Schwartz is now a DA inspector. He's on a grant, so I can't just open him up for it as I could some. But I do think he is the most knowledgeable person in San Mateo County when it comes to this arena, and did a lot of those trainings. And so I think that is where the conversation should evolve, to where we talk about, if I can detach him from that, get somebody else to move into the grant, that might be a means we could do it, because he's very good at that.
All right, we should talk further about that. You mentioned that since Prop 36 passed, there have been 591 cases filed on retail theft, which is a staggering number, really.
It's retail theft and drug possession.
And drug possession.
Those are the two categories of Prop 36.
So how many of them are retail theft?
471.
How do you know these right off the top of your head? Jeez.
Sitting on a piece of paper somewhere in here.
So can you give us a flavor of the types of theft we're talking about in these cases?
Almost all are from our retail theft, our stores. Home Depot I bet Home Depot has a big portion of them. We get so many, because they're very active in turning in cases, but it's just that, it's people going in, loading up. Now, some of the people who are going in and doing this are pure profit motive. It's not drug-based. It's just for profit. They're going in to sell the items. There are others who are going in there to feed their fix. And those are the ones that we want to target to try and get under Mr. Keene's tutelage and BHRS to get them treatment. But the exact numbers, we're actually looking to break that down, because we have a listing each case individually, and we're looking to try and get some intelligent assessment of what those cases are, so we can decide how many go in. But Prop 36 our courts have set aside a half day for people who are being referred in for Prop 36 treatment, and there is a working group. Adam Ely is the person who is in charge of the group, getting all the partners, the courts, the defense, the prosecutor there with BHRS to say, okay, how do we get more people in there? The system has to speed up in the criminal justice system, because the standard punishment that our criminal presiding judge is giving for these cases is 6 months county jail on that, which again, before would have been 2 days jail and you're out and done type of a thing. It's to, again, motivation, carrot and stick. And what we need to do is speed that up. We need to have those people, because I'm sorry, but addicts need motivation from us, from the system. They're not, many of them, the majority aren't going to do it on their own. So what they need from us is want to avoid something. Now, if what they're going to avoid is 5 months in jail, that might motivate them. If it's to avoid 2 more weeks in jail and I've got to be on probation for a couple of years, not going to do it. So that's where we need to improve the system, and what I hope this committee works on with our judges to say, motivate, and the private defender program to have their lawyers working hard on them. Offering the alternative. They don't want it. People aren't always ready. But the big thing is to get it done earlier. The whole point of Prop 36 is get it done early. Because they have conferences with the court within generally 1 week to 10 days from the time they go in custody, where the court will say, here's what you can do if you plead. But they're simply not in the numbers I would like to see resolving on that level.
All right, thank you. The number of cases in which you have been called upon by the court for misdemeanor domestic violence, I presume. And that turned into 360 follow-ups. That's like 25%.
Yeah.
And it's kind of jarring to me that there's not a more effective way to have those individuals relinquish their guns. But having said that, I know that there are other areas within the state that would benefit from knowing about this program. And if you haven't already made DAs in other counties aware of it, I hope that you will. I'm thinking in particular about Riverside County, but I'm sure it's true in other counties as well, because I think this particular program is really important and it will save lives. So I hope that you'll pursue that.
There is training out there, and the county that there's a woman named McCowan down in Santa Clara County, because they have a very robust program down there. I think they've got something like 21 people doing it in that county, and they have done trainings. Because I know my team has gone to their trainings where they talk about efficiently doing it. Because Department of Justice has for the whole state a very small number of investigators to try and do the same thing, but it's totally ineffective due to the lack of numbers. So it is, as you noted, it's going to be county by county and all that. But there is, in another month, there is a statewide DA's conference. I'll see if I can't, if they'll give a few minutes to the old guy.
My last comment is on elder abuse. I know of a case that I think was reported to your office of a constituent who became convinced that he had to pay in cash a sizable amount of money. It was $25,000. He went down to the bank. He got the money out in cash. He came back to his home. The person shows up to pick up the cash. And I thought to myself, why don't we have the bankers more responsible in terms of alerting people who think that they have to do this for whatever the reason is, and make them aware that this is probably a scam? Do you have any thoughts on that? And I don't know about this specific case, but in terms of what's happened, but I do think that we hear it over and over again, and the banks need to be held more responsible in terms of alerting their account holder that this is probably a scam.
Yeah, I know we do training. I have a part-time inspector, Andre Higgins is her name, who's an expert in this arena, lectures all over the western United States, who has gone out in our county at our request to please talk to banks and talk. But I don't know, is that at the talking to executives? Well, if it's executives, it may not filter its way down. But you're right. There should be something that anytime there's a large amount, because that's what we teach. Anytime somebody comes in asking for a large amount, you ought to be checking it out. You ought to be asking questions. You shouldn't just go with it, type of a thing. And I will inquire about that as to what exactly, because I know we've done training in the county, but in the banking industry, the people who are at the front windows, the turnover's awfully high.
Let me know if you think, after looking into it, whether or not we should seek state legislation that would require this if it's not already on the books. Thank you again for your service.
Thank you.
All right. Supervisor Gaucher.
Hey, thank you for your report. I always know when you're super busy when I try to get into the parking lot and the juror parking is filled and you're diverting extra traffic to another parking lot. So that has happened a couple of times. And then for those who are looking into human trafficking, I would just want to caution, if you're inviting others to the table, be very cautious about who you're inviting to the table. There have been times where people have appeared to be very eager to want to be helpful, and they're actually traffickers or groomers themselves. So being very careful of who's being invited to the room.
Thank you.
I have just a couple of questions. One is, how does your office measure and address racial and socioeconomic disparities and prosecution outcomes? Like, how are we preparing those who in that area?
You know what? It's a great question. And we are required and do train each year, because it's required of all lawyers to be trained in potential racial bias. We haven't done anything beyond that unless I'm forgetting something. And I don't know that we've done anything about it, but we've had a speaker come into our staff meeting to talk about that, and we try to do it with all of groups that can educate us as to what we can learn on that line of it. So, but there's more we could do, I would say. I would say that's a good area for me to tell people, let's do some more, and maybe talk to you about some ideas that you might have.
Yeah, I would love to talk a little more about that. So thank you. And then lastly, with all the work that you and your staff are doing, what strategies are being used to support staff's well-being in high-stress litigation environments?
It's a great point. And because where it came to my attention was about a year and a half ago, when we had in San Carlos that horrible case of the domestic violence angry fellow who beheaded his girlfriend. A horrible, horrible case. I had a grizzled old-time inspector out there. I had one of my senior homicide prosecutors out there, and they both came back and they were affected. They were down. And I realized we don't have anything. We had nothing. And so it's in that interim period, we have Bill Massey, who's my chief inspector, has gone out and spent a great deal of time. We've done a whole bunch. We've got the Cortico app, which is something law enforcement uses that people can reach out. That's office-wide, not just for investigators. Can reach out, get help, can talk to a peer. We've done peer training. We have done simply the idea of being referred out to a therapist. On that line that's totally confidential. We knew that a big part of this we learned from Alameda County DA's office, because they had, over the period of literally probably 4 years, they had 3 suicides among their prosecutors, and that caused them to do it. And we decided we weren't going to wait for that. We were going to do it ahead of time, and we do have that now. We have done, I have 4 people who are in charge of employee wellness. They have gone down to the San Diego, Post supports the San Diego, University of San Diego operation. We've had 3 separate trainings over at the Zuckerberg Center, Chan Zuckerberg Center for staff, to be able to talk about all of those things, as well as we've had our own, one of our forensic interviewers at our center, who equally came and gave a full staff training on dealing with the stress. But we're going to keep doing that, Supervisor Gaucher. It's such a significant thing, and we need to do it because we are asking more and more and more of our staff, and I have to think of their well-being.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. District Attorney Wagstaff, I'd like to get your sort of thoughts and impressions on the closure of First Chance and what that means for your office.
As to our office, I mean, technically it's not impactful because it doesn't affect the case. But it's a sad thing. I went out and just after the last police chiefs meeting, I went out and spoke with about 4 or 5 chiefs to find out, what are you doing in the meantime? And the answer to all of them was booking them.
Yeah.
Now that means the jail will keep them for a few hours and then let them go. But First Chance has been a great program that would allow for counseling, offers of getting help for potential problems, substance abuse problems and all that. And it's, I think it's a sad thing for the county because, as I understand it, there's not a good alternative.
Yeah, this was a direct result of Star Vista and their financial issues. Mr. Callaghy, you know, what I'd like the board to consider is to really engage, and if we haven't done it already, with the chiefs. I just find it unconscionable that people who have a misdemeanor DUI, and I'm familiar with the program. The program's been in existence for over 40 years. I think the location is at Burlingame, if memory serves me right. And so essentially what's happening because of this gap, and it continues, I've had conversations with police chiefs about this, is that people are now sent to the main jail. And that just, I mean, I think it's against our county values. I'd be curious to see sort of the conversations you're having and potentially how we're going to advance this issue.
Yeah, thank you for that, President Canepa. This is a big issue with us and a huge priority with us. Health is in negotiations now with another provider to take over. And the nice thing is this is a fully funded program by the various cities. And you're right, it is a situation where it's unfortunate that there's not an alternative, because in that program, as you know, they get counseling on addiction services, and it's done so much good for so many people. So our hope is that we can get another carrier up as quickly as possible, working with Star Vista to even take over the lease at that location.
And I think it's critical. Do we have a potential timeline? My understanding is that we've been operating without this facility. Is it 2 months now?
Yeah, I believe it is about 2 months now. It's 6 weeks to 2 months. So yeah, I don't have that timeline, but I'll get that. In fact, I'll text some people right now and see if I can get that.
Great. If we can expedite that, I think that would be extraordinarily helpful. I think we all agree to that. Can you talk a little bit about your budget? Historically, you've run thin. What sort of efficiencies? I mean, we're going into challenging times, and I'm just curious, in terms of efficiencies, where we can be more efficient. Where do you see opportunities around staffing? And the reason I ask you this question is because what I get afraid of, especially with departments, is we put it in a program, and then the sustainability of that program. And so I'm just curious to your thoughts of how you manage this budget, and then how, when you take on these new responsibilities, how do we fill those positions and those positions remain? And I'm just curious. I looked in the budget, maybe I'm mistaken. You don't have any additional positions added. Is that correct?
We do not.
Okay. Can you just speak to that?
President Canepa, it's a good point. And you know what? When my successor takes over, whatever number of years from now, or they're going to say is, you know what? I should have created a greater base. I should have created a greater safety net. I mean, we've got good reserves we exceed what Mr. Callaghy has requested of us by double in terms of our reserves, so that we're prepared for that. And but I do worry about it. For instance, I'll give you an example of something I wouldn't want to give up, but if I had to, you look to that, and that's service. I don't like giving up service to the community. The example is Marcy's Law requires that when a victim says, I would like to be kept informed, there's a duty to do so. The law requires it. But the law is written only upon request. When I became the district attorney, one of the things I decided to change was I said, no requests required. We're going to do it for all cases because it's serving victims, and they get the pamphlet, but who knows that they do that. So we do that. My victim center people are contacting everybody on that line. If suddenly there were cuts, I might have to say, well, that's part of the area that services that we have to cut back a little bit. We do, that's what I worry about, is that if we do, and I'm prepared, as Mr. Callaghy has requested, that every department prepare for a 5%, 10% exercise and all that, and looking at it. And I've been through these, the Great Recession, the dot-com collapse, the 1992, where we actually had to fire attorneys. Back then, I was involved in that. And those are hard decisions to make, but not to the point where I want to ask you, give me some money that I could do without in a tight budget. I just didn't. I was trained by two people, my two Sorensen and Fox, my predecessors, and that was, you only ask what you truly need.
And here's the healthy tension, right? The healthy tension lies with this. The tension is as you mentioned, your attorneys are the highest paid in the United States. But
second highest.
Second highest. And the tension is the issue around, making sure that you're able to have attorneys. And so what I get concerned about with this particular budget is how do you manage that moving forward? And so that, to me, that is a challenge. The one thing that I do want to uplift is using Lexis AI. I think that sort of technology innovation, we don't know what the next 2 or 3 years. I think the county executive had talked about uncertainty. I think it may go far worse than uncertainty. And so we have to make sure that we're stewards of these taxpayer dollars. And so I appreciate your answers to these questions. And I think when it comes to AI, and my firm belief is, how are we able as an organization, if the time comes, to really be efficient and to leverage this technology in extraordinary difficult times. And so I appreciate your report. I think we need to take public comment. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. President.
Okay,
Yes. Thank you. No speakers from chambers. So, Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Public comment now open for item 6, the DA's department budget presentation. Carlisle, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. I just want to say, appreciate that you guys are prosecuting retail theft. I really support ALPRs and the use of them tracking and catching retail theft and also auto and catalytic converter thefts. As a consumer, I know that retail theft raises the cost of goods to the honest customers. And I watched at Target of Ceremony one time during COVID as the security guards were just standing there near the checkout stands as the customer walked, not a customer, but a thief walked out with the shopping cart full. And they said, "We see you." But I asked them, "Why didn't you stop the guy?" And they said there was a corporate policy not to engage with them. But now they are actively checking people when they're suspected of not paying. So thank you. I appreciate it. And, I want to make sure people, hardworking people that pay for things don't have to pay extra because of the people that steal things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carlo. No further speakers, Mr. President.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Wagstaff. Appreciate your presentation.
Thank all of you very much. We
Thank you, sir.
appreciate
Sheriff Corpus, what we're going to do is we're going to go to lunch right now. It's been a pretty long day. Once we get back, we'll take up your budget item, okay? Thank you so much. And with that,
Mr. President, did you want to go ahead and deal with your closed session while you're having lunch? We have a couple of items, shouldn't take long, but we do have a couple of items agendized for closed session. If you wanted to perhaps have a motion to modify your order of agenda so you can do the closed session during lunch.
Okay, great. What we'll do is we will take, can I get an action to take the closed session during lunch?
I move that we recess to lunch and a closed session.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Great. Roll call, please.
Sure, Supervisor Spear.
Aye.
Thank you, Supervisor Corzo.
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller. Thank you, Supervisor Gaucher.
Yes.
Thank you, and President Canepa.
Yes.
Motion passes.
And through the clerk, I see us probably being back at about 1:30, okay?
1:30, sure.
For the
Sounds
public.
good.
Okay,
Thank you. The time is at 12:51, and the board is currently in recess and closed session. Thank you.
1:30.
We'll resume in about 15 seconds. All right, Mr. President, we're back in open session. The time is 1:36 p.m. And for the records, we have all the supervisors present in chambers and Supervisor Gaucher online. And if you could just confirm, Supervisor?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Right, thank you. And back to you, Mr. President.
Okay, we're now at the regular part of the agenda. County Attorney, will there be anything to report out of closed session?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. I want to report out that the board, on a unanimous 5-0 vote, ratified the county's signing on to an amicus brief in the case of Newsom v. Trump. This is a case that was filed in the Northern District of California, and there was an appellate matter that was considered at the Ninth Circuit. And again, the board ratified the signing on to an amicus brief in that matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move to our final department head, item 7, which is a presentation by Sheriff Christina Corpus. Sheriff Corpus, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, President Canepa, members of the board, Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Niblin, Mr. Mankia, Ms. Rodriguez, members of the public. It's a pleasure to be here today, and I look forward to presenting the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office budget for the next 2 years. Today, I have with me Under Sheriff Daniel Perea, and then I have our Deputy Fiscal Director, Jason Cooksey. Oh, thank you. Okay. So the mission of the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office remains to protecting life and property, providing the highest level of professional law enforcement and correctional services, and preserving the public peace. We pledge to promote public trust through fair and impartial policing, and will treat all persons with dignity, compassion, and respect. So for our fiscal year 25 through 27 budget overview, we have some significant budget changes, and they are due to significant increases to county service charges, insufficient revenue to support some of our major programs, which is the Narcotics Task Force, the Vehicle Theft Task Force, and our Cal ID, and then the overall impacts of Prop 36. For the 25-26 budget, the Sheriff's Office will incur significant cost increases for service charges from other county departments, most notably charges for radio support and maintenance from the Informational Services Department, which are increasing by 44%, from $2,400 a radio to over $3,500 per radio, with significant increases also expected in future fiscal years. Vehicle replacement costs from the Department of Public Works are increasing to $1.2 million, though the Sheriff's Office is not increasing their vehicle fleet. The increase is due to a rate of methodology change to base annual replacements rates on current replacement costs as opposed to initial purchase prices. Additional funding to cover the vehicle replacement services charges increase will be needed for the fiscal year 25-26 year. The San Mateo County Sheriff's Narcotics Task Force, we strive to combat the ongoing illegal drug issues within San Mateo County. Funding from the San Mateo County Narcotics Task Force is derived from the Sheriff's Office Special Investigation Unit, city contributions, federal and state asset forfeiture funding, and various state and federal programs. As a joint powers agreement between the county and its incorporated cities, it was intended for the county and cities within San Mateo County to split the costs operationally equally. However, this has not been the case for many, many years, dating back to decades. City contributions have been capped since fiscal year 2009-2010 as a response to the recession, and only support 15% of the 4.7 in the county and sheriff's office 25-26 costs of operations. As a result, these circumstances, the sheriff's office has contributed additional net county costs as a temporary solution to balance the budget. This is not sustainable, as a cost of living adjustments, benefit rates, supplies, service charges from the county departments continue to rise annually. Our Vehicle Theft Task Force was established in 1994 when the County Board of Supervisors adopted a resolution authorizing the California Department of Motor Vehicles to impose an additional $1 vehicle license fee on all vehicles registered in San Mateo County under the provision SB 2139, Vehicle Code Section 9250.14. In 2014, the Board of Supervisors approved an increase in the VLF to $2 per vehicle. As per Vehicle Code Section 9250.14, the revenue generated from the VLF is expanded to fund programs that enhance the capacity of local police and prosecutors to deter, investigate, and prosecute vehicle theft crimes. For the last several years, incoming revenue has not kept pace with operating expenses. Cost of living adjustments and increasing benefit value rates have caused personnel costs to rise annually. VTTF fund balance has been utilized as a temporary solution to balance the budget. This is not sustainable, as consumption of fund balance will eventually deplete the VTTF trust fund in the upcoming 25-26 budget. We anticipate this amount to be about $667,000. To date, the VTTF trust fund is about $1.6 million. The California Fingerprint Identification System, also known as CalID, was established by the statute in 1985 and is used for criminal fingerprinting and identifying verification, latent fingerprint investigations, registration of sex and arson offenders, and statutory mandated criminal record checks for applicants for employment. The CalID budget supports these functions as well as funds equipment and network administration and program administration. The primary source of revenue for CalID operations is a DMV surcharge of $1 on all personal vehicles registered within San Mateo County. Other modest revenue sources include penalty assessments levied on designated court fines and interest earnings on amounts held in the fund. Over time, there has been a gradual decline in the funding stream, and these fees have not kept pace with the operating expenses. Cost of living adjustments and increasing benefit rates have caused personnel costs to rise annually. Contract expenses for live scan machines and related maintenance have also increased. The Sheriff's Office has net contributions as a temporary solution to balance the budget. This is not, again, sustainable as the portion continues to increase each year in the upcoming 25-26 budget. We anticipate this amount to be about $658,000. The impacts on Prop 36. The passage of Prop 36 in November of 2024 fundamentally reshaped California's approach to narcotics, drug, and theft-related crimes, aiming to address the societal issues while implementing harsher penalties for repeat offenders. Heavy impacts are anticipated in several areas of our operations to include, but not limited to, increase in calls for service of narcotics and theft-related offenses reported by the public, increase in arrests, jail bookings, and housing population, and jail time related to certain narcotics and theft-related crimes, and additionally, complications to classify and segregate the population safely. Increase in jail programming needs and costs to run these programs. Increase in detective follow-up related to impacted offenses and crime categories. Increase of court security and transportation activity to include in-custody court appearance, facility transfers, and off-site medical appointments. Increase in forensic lab drug testing within the state required turnaround time. Increased impact to support areas of property and records, as officers on the street will need to request rap sheets to determine prior convictions. The change in California's legal landscape has created a new unfunded costs for the rise in county incarceration, with no new revenue to pay for these expenses. The magnitude of these costs and beyond are uncertain at this time. Fiscal year 25-27 budget overview priorities is technology for us. The priorities, two of our key priorities include ensuring compliance with Prop 36 requirements and investing in critical technology upgrades that are necessary. Prop 36 went into effect in December of 2024, and by January alone, the Sheriff's Office had 68 Prop 36 on-view arrests and a 25% spike in forensic lab cases. This increased demand on resources and personnel has not slowed and will continue throughout the 25-27 fiscal year, creating an immediate need for additional support staff to include a quality assurance manager and a criminalist at the forensic lab and a legal office specialist in corrections. As mentioned earlier, there will be a vast impact from Prop 36 across multiple areas of our operations, generating program needs that are currently unfunded. The Sheriff's Office relies upon the latest equipment and software technologies to support our law enforcement and correctional services. Axon's body-worn cameras, tasers, and training for new officer hires increase safety and accountability in policing, improve transparency with the public, and enhance efficiencies in evidence gathering. C3 law enforcement software enables crime analysts, investigators, and officers to increase efficiency and accuracy while searching through data sets. By aggregating and visualizing records in jail management systems, license plate readers, the Sheriff's Office conducts investigations thoroughly, uncovers new insights, and leads through crime trend report generation to evaluate data and create holistic summaries and enhance collaboration across agencies. The ATIM's jail management system helps corrections with inmate intake, classification, tracking, and housing, while also facilitating comprehensive compliance with state and federal reporting requirements, including the Prison Rape Elimination Act. ATIM's jail management system was procured after the county moved to an old mainframe system in 2014, but the system is sunsetting and must be upgraded to the new ATIM's production. Upgrades to these critical technology solutions and others will be an investment priority for the 25-27 fiscal year for the Sheriff's Office to further modernize its law enforcement strategies, work more efficiently, solve crimes, and keep our communities safe. What are the challenges that we have? The San Mateo County Sheriff's Office continues to address our complex challenges while advancing initiatives to improve public safety, operational efficiency, and workforce resilience. We have an unprecedented amount of hiring and currently have new employees in training. Until the new hires have completed the training, we will experience costs associated with overtime for backfilling these positions. The additional hiring also increased costs associated with equipment and training. The forensic lab faces significant backlogs due to high caseloads, particularly in biology, firearms, and controlled substance units. Aligning the national forensic standards, including those set by the Organization of Scientific Area Committees, will require additional staffing and a robust quality assurance program. Patrol is responding continuously to crimes throughout our focused enforcement, community collaboration, and data-driven deployment. The office has made notable progress in recruitment, reducing sworn vacancies from over 100 to less than 30 through inclusive targeted hiring. In corrections, the focus remains on preventing contraband, smuggling to protect facilities, staff, and our incarcerated population. Enhanced training, investigative tools, and upgraded technology have strengthened these efforts, along with our mental health programs that are so needed in our correctional facilities. Our operations team have also addressed the growing unhoused population, particularly on the coast and in unincorporated areas of our county. The Sheriff's Office works in close partnership with the San Mateo County Outreach Team to connect individuals with services while maintaining public safety. Persistent budget constraints continue to challenge the department in response to innovative strategies such as cross-training technology, data-driven efficiencies, and strategic partnerships are being pursued to maintain high performance and community trust without compromising the service quality. Our Prop 36 implementation will continue increase state and our county criminal justice costs, potentially rising into the tens or hundreds of millions of dollars annually. This increase is primarily due to the measure's efforts on jail population and court workload as the number of felonies increase due to the stricter and longer sentencing of certain crimes. California Democratic State Senator Thomas Umberg of Santa Ana, who supported the measure, has recently requested $250 million annually for law enforcement implementation, which includes $85 million for law enforcement to continue targeting retail crime and $50 for county administrative costs. Senate Republicans led by State Senator Roger Niello of Fair Oaks have requested $400 million per year for the measure. Senate lawmakers will continue these requests as they communicate with Governor Newsom about the legislative budget priorities. However, with a tight budget year, it's not certain if any funding will be allocated for these efforts. Federal tariffs on imported goods imposed by the current administration in Washington are already making an impact at the county level. The Sheriff's Office has received multiple notification letters from various vendors imposing additional charges and import fees, which will drive up costs of vendor purchases and contracts for imported goods and equipment. For example, many of the forensic supply and scientific companies are internationally based, such as Keegan, a European-based supplier of DNA investigative kits for our forensic lab, who announced last month they will impose a 10% tariff surcharge on all of the products imported from Europe. Other of our strategic suppliers have followed similar suit. At this time, it is unknown if the county executive's office will offer any funding solutions to help combat these additional costs, or if the departments will be expected to carry the cost on their current budget. Federal funding freeze and cuts. As everyone is aware of the ongoing concern with potential federal funding freezes or cuts to federal programs and grants and state appropriations for various programs, the Sheriff's Office recently responded to your requests to how loss of funds, particularly in the federally backed grants, may impact our ability to provide essential programs and services. We've identified over $24 million in federal grant funding that is at risk, including $16 to $20 million per year that keeps our Northern California Regional Intelligence Center, high-intensity drug trafficking area, and Regional Threat Asset Center operable. $5 million in Homeland Security grants that aid our ability to respond to a variety of emergency situations quickly and effectively are at risk as well. Federal funds supporting our crime lab's ability to process cases, backlogs, and the narcotics task force ability to intercept illegal drugs being trafficked are also in jeopardy. While uncertainty with funding freezes and cuts loom, the Sheriff's Office will remain steadfast on fulfilling programs' missions. For the fiscal year 25-26 recommended budget totals of $332 million compared to the $308 million in the current year, there is a net increase of $19.5 million in total sources due to primarily to transfers of revenue related to capital and technology projects to support for contracted law enforcement services and changes in federal and state funding, supporting preparedness and security activities and drug trafficking initiatives. There's a net increase of $23.7 million in requirements due to negotiated salary and benefit increases, adjustments to one-time technology and special projects, and increase in service charges passed along by other county departments. The increase in net county costs is largely tied to increases related to personnel costs, capital and technology projects, and service charges. The position count of the Sheriff's Office is unchanged. Recent innovations. In 25-27, the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office will expand its workforce wellness programs to address the increased mental and physical demands of law enforcement. Enhancements will include greater access to mental health professionals, resilience and stress management training, and proactive wellness approach and outreach. These efforts aim to reduce burnout, improve performance, and strengthen community engagement. The office will continue working with underrepresented communities to ensure wellness programs reflect diverse needs and perspectives, supporting a more resilient, inclusive, and effective workforce. Following recommendations from the Prison Law Office, the Sheriff's Office will implement strategic improvements in corrections operations and inmate services. These include strengthening staffing levels to ensure consistent access to rehabilitation programs, detox services, behavioral health units, medical and mental health appointments, and daily mandated activities. This initiative also focuses on reducing contraband risks, enhancing incarcerated person safety, and upholding constitutional conditions of confinement. As a part of this work, the office is increasing engagement with underrepresented communities and advocacy groups to inform policies and practices that promote equity and dignity in our correctional settings. Continued collaboration with our county partners and oversight agencies will be essential to advancing these goals in 27 years. Our efficiencies. Expansion of our transparency platform. We have expanded to explain more of our RIPA data to our communities and all of the data in regards to any crime stats. Our community advisory and responsible engagement have been influential in regards to community feedback, how our operations are in our corrections bureaus. Our community feedback and platform, we're looking at a community survey, and then the expansion of our Sheriff's Activities League for Coastside farm workers and East Palo Alto, focusing on disadvantaged youth. In regard to our incarcerated individuals in our facilities, we know that education attainment is strongly linked with earnings. And we have the 5 Keys school for our incarcerated community. Case managers highlight the benefits that will come with obtaining a diploma, a high school diploma, and also addressing concerns that may have prevented an individual from succeeding in high school, such as literacy levels, past experience of failures within school systems, and learning differences and cultural barriers. The collection of baseline data for this new measure will launch with enhancements to a new case management system for the justice-involved population of 2025. We also aim to work even harder with our Care On program, which is the Community Alliance to Revitalize Our Neighborhood that's been in existence for over 27 years. It serves residents of North Fair Oaks and unincorporated coastal communities to improve community wellness and build trust and positive relationships between the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office and our immigrant communities. Programming targets those identified as Hispanic, Latino, as well as the general community. Care On offers a series of workshops and services, including drug, gang, and anti-violence awareness, a robust parenting program, locating assistance and community resources for those in need, organizing neighborhood watch programs, and educational field trips for parents and their children. I would like to express my appreciation to the Board of Supervisors, the County Manager, and other department partners. I also want to thank and acknowledge the men and women of the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office who go out every single day to serve the communities with dignity, respect, and compassion. And for those of you that have not met, our 18-month-old bloodhound who trains specifically to look for those individuals of our community that have dementia, Alzheimer's, and that elope because of autism. This is Deputy Grable and his partner, Hope. And Hope, as she came on board just a few days onto her shifts, she was heavily involved in looking for the 79-year-old Margaret Elaine Kennedy who went missing from Windy Hill. And I'm open to taking any questions from the board at this time. Thank you for your time.
so much. Sheriff Corpus, are there any questions from the board? Supervisor Spear.
Thank you, Sheriff Corpus. There are a couple of issues I'd like to talk with you, but I was also kind of interested based on your comments about the Sheriff's Activities League and the work you're doing with immigrants on, young immigrants on the coast and in East Palo Alto. I hope you don't exclude North County, because we have a lot of immigrants in North County as well, and I don't know to what extent we have police athletic leagues in all of our cities in the north end, but they shouldn't be not included in your efforts.
They are not, Supervisor. We actually have identified, especially in the Millbrae, South San Francisco area, and in unincorporated areas, even in San Mateo, unincorporated areas of San Mateo, where we have reached out to schools, and we've been collaborative with those cities to increase, the programs in the North County. We do recognize that there is a gap there, and we've also have a school resource officer that's dedicated to the North County schools. And along with his partner Teddy, they've been really influential in helping bridge that gap.
Okay, thank you. You did a number of gun buybacks, or I should say the sheriff's office did before you became the sheriff, and I worked closely with the sheriff's office in doing those gun buybacks. I noticed earlier this year there was something like $50,000 in your budget for gun buybacks, but to my knowledge you haven't done any. Is there a reason why?
We have. My first year as sheriff.
I meant this year.
Yeah, this year there's one scheduled for actually July.
So that will be the first one in July. Where is it going to be?
In, I believe, the city of San Carlos. And then we'll be doing a secondary one, I believe, closer to December. But we do have those scheduled.
And
I will get those over to your office.
Would you also consider doing one in the north end of the county?
Absolutely.
Thank
I
you.
believe that's where the other will be held, in the north end of the county.
All right. How many people within your organization do you have on administrative leave?
I would have to get you those numbers. I want to say there's maybe, to my recollection, we maybe have about 4 to 5.
4 to 5?
And those are sworn and non-sworn.
I've been made aware of one person that was had a Scully hearing in May of last year, who was found to be eligible to be terminated, but continued to be on administrative leave for almost another year. And I'm concerned about those that are retained on administrative leave when either an investigation is complete and a determination is made, and yet they continue to be on administrative leave, costing the taxpayers money.
So I believe that individual, without getting too much into detail, because it is an administrative, it is a personnel matter, that there were multiple investigations with that individual. But I would defer back to the county attorney and work with your office on that.
All right. How many officers are remote, or staff that are remote?
We remote as in working from home.
Yes.
So we have civilian staff that works from home, and they are able to do that 1 day a week currently. But we have advised them that there may be some changes coming because of the need for the county to go back full time. And so they have been made aware of that, and they are all on standby, and we will give them adequate notice when those changes are made.
In your presentation today, you mentioned that there was an increase in, let me see if I can find it. In rising property crimes. But in February of this year, both on Facebook and a press release that you put out, you said that property crimes have dropped by 15%, amounting to 487 fewer incidents. How do you square those two?
Yeah, so the data that we provide to the residents is data that we get from our crime reports. And I was talking about overall crime in the county of San Mateo. When it comes to property is probably, we are a safe county, and unfortunately, vehicle theft crime, we have, theft, people come and do retail theft. But I stand by those numbers that I gave in Facebook and on social media, and we'll be having some new crime stats coming out soon.
So it was accurate in February, but today there's a rising property crime issue. Is that?
It was just an overall to let you know that, over the years there has been, it goes in waves depending, but the stats that I put out are facts. I don't put those stats out. I don't create those stats. They're created by a crime analyst.
Okay. They both say property crime. That's my only question. Let's talk about procurements. There was an attempt within the department to buy 10 massage chairs for wellness that ended up being declined by the procurement officer. And at the time, when I raised it, I think the assistant chair Perea was here. He didn't understand or wasn't aware of how that got through the process, because it would seem to me that you would look at those kinds of requests and make sure they're not excessive. So did you see that request for 10 massage chairs?
I did not. It was done by, we have a committee, a wellness committee, and it was part of county wellness. It was something that was requested by the employees. I did not see that request because I would not have approved it. It went through ServiceNow, and we had acquired 2, and I said that we would not be getting any more. So it's the way that the ServiceNow system works. It did not come to me. In fact, it was our HR director who pushed that request through. So I did not see it, that's something that we're working with our team on. I believe they gave the county some feedback on ServiceNow, as it was a new system that was implemented, we worked through those to correct them. But we had 2 chairs that were purchased, not 10.
All right. So moving forward, we can expect that even those kinds of requests coming from the Wellness Committee would be reviewed by you to make sure they're not excessive?
By myself or the undersheriff, correct.
All right. And then the very first board meeting that I was on, there was an item on the agenda for $1.4 million for the sheriff's department. And I asked that it be pulled. It was pulled. And then we found out that one of the items that was included in that $1.4 million was a $600,000 TV for your conference room. Why would you need a $600,000 TV?
So let me just go back and explain to you that that building across the street was, the plans and everything were done before I became sheriff. And it was proposed to be a secondary EOC. We have an EOC at the Rock. And so when I saw that request, I actually said we're not moving forward with it.
But it was already on the agenda.
I understand that. I pulled it after you pulled it. I did not move forward with that request. because of the concerns, and obviously because we have an EOC and we're saving money. So I pulled that request.
All right. Do we still have a mounted patrol?
We do not. We have volunteers that are part of the mounted patrol. We've never had, the sheriff's office has never had a true mounted patrol where we have our own horses and we.
No, but we at least back in the 80s when I was on the board,
Mhm.
there was a mounted patrol. They were reservists for the sheriff's office. And I always found it to be a very, what's the word? Clever way of being able to deduct on your taxes the care and feeding of your horses. So they still are members, I guess, then, in good standing of your reserve
They're
sheriff's
part of
group?
our MSAR unit, and they're volunteers, so they're not technical.
I understand that. I
was just trying to clarify for everyone else, in case they weren't aware. We don't have currently any reserve deputies that are part of a mounted patrol.
And how many reserve deputies do you have?
I believe we have around 10 to 15. I would have to get you that correct number,
All right.
but
I would appreciate if you would.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right. Are there anyone who has additional questions? And Supervisor Gaucher, you just tell me when you're ready. Supervisor Corso.
Thank you. Unless Supervisor Gaucher wants to go first.
I can wait.
Oh, no, go ahead, please.
Sheriff, thank you for your report. I just have a few questions. One pertaining to technology and training. What investments are being made in de-escalation training and crisis intervention, if any?
Yeah. So we have ongoing CIT training, which is the de-escalation training, and then we have an enhanced ECIT training that is ongoing. And we not only train our law enforcement within the sheriff's office, we also train countywide. So those efforts continue. We brought on autism training for over 500 of our employees because it's important for people to recognize that people that are on the spectrum in our communities, it's very different. There's always a range of people. The spectrum is could go from one end to very functional to very high functioning to not being able to speak, and then we also have done emotional intelligence training where we had a doctor come in to teach about emotional intelligence because, as we've learned, that's not something that everyone just is born with. And so really having a better understanding of our community members and having a better understanding of the people that we serve within our correctional facilities.
Thank you. And sticking with the technology, how is your department modernizing evidence tracking or case reporting? Is there any updates in those areas as well?
Yeah, I mean, we have our RIMS system, but we've also, especially with investigations, we have our new system that we had silo programs that you would have to go to log into different databases to really kind of very time consuming and non-efficient. And now that we have C3, that program is all encompassed in one, and it really provides our detectives and our patrol deputies with a lot more information, really under one roof, so to speak. So we are making advances there. All of our, we have made advances with our technology, with our ALPR, which has really helped us solve crimes in all of the communities that we serve. And I believe that every law enforcement agency in San Mateo County now has ALPRs in their areas of jurisdiction, with our flock cameras, and then, just with, the other, our drones have been influential too in helping for crime, but then also it also helps us in other areas when we're looking for people that are lost in heavily wooded areas.
Thank you. And finally, with rising labor costs, what cost containment or efficiency strategies are being considered to ensure long-term stability?
Yeah, so, with our hiring, we are looking at cutting, our overtime, because once we have people that have gone through all of our either if it's the jail training program or if it's our FTO program, once they are fully functioning, then, we will have a reduction in our overall costs for our overtime. And then we're also looking at, what are the needs? What do we need to do our job? Not really what the wants are. And so, we're looking at different ways of cutting our budget. What's nice to have, but what is really necessary to have. And that's what we've made the adjustment, is what's necessary for us to be able to do our job, keep our community safe without having any excess.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Corso.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions, one of them being about the DVERT program and where that is in the budget and how you are allocating staff time to that and how it's going.
Yeah.
And just to clarify for people, the DVERT program is the one in collaboration with Cora to address domestic violence and interpersonal relationship violence.
Yeah, I believe that we are still working with Cora on hiring somebody to be assigned to North Fair Oaks. But, we are actively doing training. Our sergeants are doing training. Cora has come in to do some training in our briefings with, our new deputies and our patrol teams. And, we are actively looking at every domestic violence case that comes in to ensure that, we have really looked at this case from all angles, ensuring that, there are no guns in the home, ensuring that we have, provided every resource possible to the victim and to any children that are involved, and working closely with the district attorney's office to ensure that those things are that those are met. Obviously, domestic violence is a main concern for us as a county, and it's a priority for us as an organization.
Thank you. And can you talk a little bit about your reserve levels and if there is a plan to get to the 4%?
Yeah, and over time, we are looking at doing that. We have about $3.6 million in reserves right now. And so again, we're looking at cutting, things that we don't need, that are not necessary for us to do our jobs, but have been nice to have, and looking at extra help. We have rising costs, unfortunately, in CCW, which is the concealed carried weapons permits, where now the laws have changed, where it's become more lenient. And we have applicants now that, if they're coming to visit from another state, they can come and apply for a concealed carried weapons permit in our county. So there have been some changes to the laws that have really impacted us, but, working with county council, and we have, unfortunately, have to bring on extra help, employees to help us to remain within the guidelines of the law and the time frame, so we're not so that we're not penalized otherwise.
Thank you. And I brought this up earlier today with Chief Keen during his presentation, but it's my understanding that the cost for food for the Youth Services Center is now being moved over to probation. It's about $100,000 a year. Can you talk about the rationale behind that?
Yeah, Jason, do you want to? I'm going to have Jason Kusi come up so he could talk about that. Yeah.
Thank you for your question, Supervisor Corzo. So yeah,
Could you state your name for the record?
Jason Cooksey, Deputy Director of Finance with the Sheriff's
Jason,
Office.
could you put the mic? Thank you.
Yeah, Jason Cooksey, Deputy Director of Finance with the Sheriff's Office. Yeah, so in our current year budget, we have about $2.2 million. That is when we do the transfer of our support costs for the admin and overhead for the jails to provide the food services to the Probation Youth Services Center. And it's increasing $100,000 in 25-26 to $2.3 million. So.
Yes, but I just wanted to better understand why that cost is now being, my understanding is that the sheriff's office won't be covering that any longer. It's being requested to move to probation. Is that right?
I'm not familiar with that decision, but each year prior, we've always transferred the cost to probation. If that's changed, I'm not aware of that. But.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then my final question is for the sheriff. Sheriff Corpus, can you confirm that the sheriff's office does not collaborate with ICE in any way?
I can confirm that, yes.
Okay. And can you please, do you know who is the contact for the sheriff's office to confirm whether there is sheriff's office activities happening in the community? As you may know, sometimes folks confuse law enforcement with ICE. And so, I work very closely with Faith in Action on their rapid response hotline, and it's been difficult to get confirmation about sheriff's office activities in cities. And is there a contact person? How do you handle that?
I normally get phone calls from community members. And so whenever there is an operation, people obviously when they see an unmarked car or they see anything that has police on it, a lot of times we'll have another agency come into our jurisdiction and serve some type of a search warrant or an arrest warrant. And that gets confused with any ICE activity. So I answer those calls. I can be the contact for that because I'm very well aware of the fears in the community, and I'm quick to respond to those inquiries.
So Faith in Action should call you on your personal cell phone?
I can give you my work phone number for that, yes.
Okay, you can actually just that'd be great actually. And just so you're aware, one of the recent calls around this topic that I got last week was actually for an eviction that was being handled by the sheriff's office in the city of San Mateo, and neither SMPD nor the city, no one was notified about that. And so if that could change, that'd be great, just so other partner law enforcement agencies are aware of what's happening, so they are able to better respond to inquiries.
I'll speak to the lieutenant in regards to that matter, yes.
Thank you. And then my final question actually is, you mentioned, and this might be for staff here actually, Roberto likely, that there's an increased cost from other county departments for vehicles and for radio charges. And can you talk more about that? And then Roberto, is that accurate?
That is a yearly, that's a yearly service charge that happens.
But has it been increased 45%? And
so the increase in ISD costs have gone up. I'm not completely sure of the percentage, but those were actually covered, as the sheriff said at the end, they were covered by the general fund as a net county cost appropriation. So that increase, other than the cost associated with those police departments that are outside of the county space, which would be paying for their own services, those were covered by the general fund. So the general fund was increased for that purpose.
So can you clarify? So what you're saying is that those increases were paid for by the county general fund, not by the sheriff's existing budget?
Those were added general fund contributions to the sheriff's department. She made mention of that when she was going over her budget at the end, yes.
And if I may, the sheriff, like all other department heads, came in asking for different things in their budget. And we obviously only have a limited amount of money that we can fund. Some departments got absolutely nothing in regard to their ask, or we indicated we have to wait till September. The sheriff, we did give, I believe, $1.2 million in different things to in the first year, and then the second year some more money. But we also indicated that a lot of these items we'd look at again in September, like we did for a lot of departments, to evaluate where we're at, what has happened at the state and federal level, and then reevaluate the situation at that point in time.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to clarify that because it kind of came off as, a rationale for why the sheriff's office isn't meeting its reserve requirements. And so I think it maybe got lost in your explanation there. So I'm glad that's been clarified. Happy to turn it over to the president now. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Sheriff Corpus. You had talked a little bit about the federal challenges. I think you talked about the NICRIC. You talked about the Vehicle Theft Task Force. I'm sure you've been following the proceedings that have taken place here. And one of the questions I've asked the department is there has to be some potential downsizing that occurs. Can you just tell me, moving forward, what are some of the efficiencies that you can find within your department?
Right. So along with the Vehicle Theft Task Force and Narcotics Task Force, we look at what they're bringing in and what we're putting out. And, that's something that I would discuss. Obviously, President Canepa, that we have a JPA and there's a board. And those are things that we'll discuss with the board because, again, every city in San Mateo County, is looking at the same challenges that we are as a county overall. And, increasing the costs for them right now may not be the appropriate time. But we have to look at how we can create our own efficiencies within our own organization. So again, we're looking at where we have excess, where we can, maybe look at, again, what we're putting out and what we're getting back. And so NTF, VTTF, and the Gang Intelligence Unit are one whole avenue that we'll be looking at, along with, again, are we looking at, do we have enough staffing, in one area versus too much in another area? And so we'll be looking at that and looking at, unfortunately cutting, extra help positions if we are freezing them, if they're nice to have and not really, necessary to have. And, that goes along too with contracts as well.
Great. And I was just looking through your the budget from, the actual of 2022 to 2023 to now. While the positions remain the same, we've seen, I think, in terms of FTEs, an increase of 14. And so what I would just encourage you to do is to really, I think, as you've mentioned, there may be additional federal cuts. And I think the Sheriff's Department is one of our largest departments. And so really, I think cost control is going to be extremely important. Can you speak to sort of what's happening relative to the jails? Can you talk about sort of the safety, in light of some of the challenges? My understanding, I don't know if this is accurate, but there's been 6 deaths in the jail. I don't know if it's been a year or 2 years. Can you talk a little bit about that, and then what you've done sort of as a leader to put protocols in place?
Yeah. So those 6 deaths have happened from 2023. So I think we had one right in January of 2023. Unfortunately, when we have a death in custody, we always look at it as one death too many. And there are different protocols. We always evaluate what we could have done to avoid a death. And in some cases, people die of natural causes. And I can't speak specific to any certain case, just because of there may be some issues around speaking to one specific case. But overall, I can speak in general terms. We've had a couple of suicides. We've had people that have come in. You have to understand that our population is fragile because of the amount of the different drugs that are out in our communities, and the addiction rates are so high, but the drugs that are out there now are very lethal, and coupled with people that suffer from mental illness. But we have made some great strides where we have a acute medical unit where individuals that come in that are severely mentally ill, we're able to have a unit where they are cared for by a doctor and by specific either deputies or correctional officers that really have a passion to work those units. We created a behavioral health unit that has been highly successful. I spoke earlier about the prison law office. The prison law office, they go around the state of California, and they go into, or they attempt to go into some jails, and some jails won't allow them inside. But we have been very collaborative with them because we want to improve our jails. And we become San Mateo County, the Sheriff's Office, correctional facilities have become the exemplar for the state of California when it comes to corrections. By the way, we are working and we've pivoted to help our mentally ill population. We have a unit that's called 3 West. And I'll just give you some perspective. I started in the jails, and when I started in the jails, we almost had full capacity of 3 West. And normally people that suffered from mental illness would be put in 3 West, and they would have something that's called a Ferguson gown, which is basically this gown that, it's really almost impossible to tear. And they would come out for recreation maybe 1 hour a day, maybe. And we had some, individuals there that were considered to be very difficult to manage, on top of some being very violent. Now, we have maybe 5, if that, and they're basically there for disciplinary purposes. So we have moved all the individuals that suffer from mental illness, and we have put them in programs where, they're med compliant, and we're able to put them into programs such as, AA. They have clinicians that are available to them for at least 12 hours a day. We have a specialized team that works with them, and we have had great success where there was a mother who contacted me because she told me that the first time in 5 years she actually had a conversation with her son, that she felt that he was safe and that he was on the road to mental health greatness, as she put it, where before he just was he was despondent, he wasn't taking any medication, he was violent with staff, and now he's out playing chess with other incarcerated persons. So, we do take great pride in the programs that we've changed throughout our jails. But, we have included our care unit and invited somebody from ICAC to be on a kind of in a group where we're looking at efficiencies and looking at how we can make positive changes. So we're hoping to get some grant funding so we can actually buy some technology that we can put on our most acute population that would, it almost looks like an Apple Watch, and it monitors their heart rate and their oxygen levels. So in fact, their heart rate went down or went up, or their oxygen levels decreased, they would send an alert not only to us but also to correctional health, and it would kind of give us right on the spot information. So we're looking at purchasing at least 50 to 100 of those units. So that'll, anything that we could help towards, trying to combat any deaths in custody. Unfortunately, along the state of California, it happens in correctional facilities. We still are on the low end, but 6 is too many. And, we're actively working on changing, for instance, our sheets. We are allowed through Title 15 for individuals that maybe would have a higher propensity to want to take their lives. We can, instead of giving them sheets, we could give them Ferguson blankets, and that would suffice. So we're looking at purchasing more of those blankets and putting them on the pods where we have kind of a higher propensity. We have more fragile population. So we are taking action. We recently put up communication and pamphlets that we give to people when they come into custody, and posters on all the pods where people can ask for help, and it's suicide prevention.
Got it.
So.
Well, no, thank you. Procurement is vitally important, right? And I think, we've heard from, department heads and sort of what procurement means. My question for you is, as we look at procurement for your department, I don't know if this was true, or it may have been about 6 months ago or 12 months ago, there was an issue around the desk or the conference table.
Mm-hmm.
And the cost of the conference table, I believe it was like $76,000.
Yeah, with tax and everything, it was like.
Can you talk about the table and the importance of the table and the expenditure? I'm just curious to the importance of, in your eyes, of why that was an important acquisition.
Yeah. So as I stated before, the new building, our headquarters, it was, a project that was, obviously in the works before I became the sheriff. The size of our conference room, we have an organization of 800 people. We have, the conference room is pretty significant in size. And when we have had command staff meetings or, all hands on deck meetings, we have a lot of people in that room. And to have a small table is really doesn't work for an organization our size. But when we were looking at it, costs they're, we had different quotes. We went to different companies. Obviously, we went by the county rules, and it's expensive. And so, we looked at, the size, and unfortunately, the costs are high. But that table will be there in 50 years. I mean, that table will be there for a very, very long time, and be a staple in the organization. But like I said, the size of the room is very large, and
how big is the table?
I would have to get you the dimensions, but it's pretty. I mean, it's pretty large. I could have somebody send you the dimensions.
What's within the table? Is it just a table, or?
There are abilities to have. I believe that there are some network capabilities within the table where you can hook up laptops or any type of electrical devices that you may need for a meeting. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I can send you all the dimensions.
Okay. If you don't mind
send it to your
that.
office. Yes.
Let me ask you, it wasn't referenced in your report, but what is the sheriff's office doing on artificial intelligence? I mean, what's the plan now, or what's the plan moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, we're exploring all of that at this point. I know that there's high sensitivity around that. And whenever we consider technology, we look at it from all angles. But, with the costs of, the BWCs, the body-worn cameras, like I said, we've just hired a lot of people in the last 2 years because we were short when I took office. And so that required us to buy and purchase more radios, more body-worn cameras. And, so again, with the looming costs and cuts, we are really being careful about what we're purchasing and what we need in the organization at this time. But, any AI that we would look at, would be vetted, and we would work with county council to make sure that we met all the standards, and that, because I know that the communities have concerns.
Yeah, let me just offer this suggestion. One of the things that I would do, just as sort of as a leader of an organization, is to really see how AI can be an assistant and really help you. I'm not talking directly about, I know there's certain, there may be certain barriers, especially when it comes to, prisoners and such, or people who've been detained. But I think organizationally, I think there may be some benefits administratively, potentially. So with that, I appreciate your comments. Do we have public comment?
Sorry, I just had one final question. I'm the liaison to the ICAC, or one of the liaisons to the ICAC. Are there two of us? Anyways, can you tell me a little bit more about the deaths in the jail review team? Because to my understanding, there are actually constraints to having an ICAC member join or participate. So has that review team met at all?
We initially had a meeting, and I'm trying to remember the name of the member, James. I don't remember his last name right now, but he's part of ICAC, and we had an initial meeting, and we discussed, how we would look at how we would form, kind of how we would go into the jail, and kind of look at even structurally things that we could change. And so we do have, I believe, a proposed meeting. I'd have to talk to George Dale about it, because George Dale is kind of our contact between ICAC and then other members of the CARE team. But we'd be more than happy to provide you with that information.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. With that, can we go to public comment?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have any speakers from chambers, so Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Public comment for item 7 on Sheriff's budget presentation. 3 hands raised in Zoom. Carlisle Young, followed by Martin Fox. Carlisle, please unmute and begin.
Hello, Sheriff Corpus. I'm a citizen of the unincorporated Midcoast, and I have 2 concerns. One is for stepped up effort in the next 2 weeks or so, and that's for enforcement of fireworks, illegal fireworks enforcement. The second one is for ongoing request for the perceived increase in red light runners and stop sign runners. And I'm not talking about just rolling through a stop sign. There seems to be an increase in blatant people just blasting through stop signs. And maybe this is countywide, I don't know, because I don't go around to the cities very often, but in the unincorporated areas, there are people that just go blowing through the stop signs. And I guess you could raise some fines and revenue that way if you could ask your deputies to please write some tickets. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to make a last call for speakers right now. Last call for speakers.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please raise your hand at this time for the last call for President. Okay, our last 2 speakers will be Martin Fox, followed by Ann. Martin, please proceed.
Good afternoon again, members of the board. Thank you for your time and interest in our incarcerated.
If you can increase the volume, Mr. Clerk.
Oh, that's actually on his side. Mr. Fox, could you speak up, please, in the microphone?
that better?
A little bit
Is
louder.
that better?
Yes, I think so. Go ahead.
Thank you again, members of the board. Addressing our incarcerated fellow citizens. The Southern District of California Federal District Court appointed a prison receiver back in March. And that means that the lawsuits that have been pending since as early as 1990 are going to include the entire state prison system. And you can expect the state of California is going to take its time in responding to the receiver's requests and push the envelope of whatever kind of ceiling you've experienced in the past in the county jails populations. Please take preventive measures as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Our last speaker, Anne, please unmute and begin.
Hello, thank you. I just have a concern about the way law enforcement and the way the county looks at law enforcement and putting people in jail. I don't understand why you want punitive measures for people who aren't complying with the building codes, but you don't want punitive measures for people who commit crimes like murder, rape, and all these other things, especially if they're undocumented. Why would you not work with ICE to take those kind of people out and let the federal government deal with them? I don't understand why you pay to have people alert the community when it could cause far more disruption. It causes people to riot in the streets. Look at Los Angeles and look at the amount of money being spent down there because of what happened. This just doesn't seem right. I don't understand why we don't try to protect law-abiding people. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Back to you, Mr. President.
Great. I just really want to thank you, Sheriff Corpus, for being with us today. That is our last department head for Tuesday. We will be here Wednesday to conclude our departments and moving forward with action on an item. So with that, we'll adjourn. Thank you.
Thank you all. The time is now 2:50 p.m. and meeting is adjourned.